How overpowering is that music? Is it too annoying? I can't really tell. Whoa! Oh, that was close. I almost spilled White Claw all over my desk. Yeah, that would have sucked. That would have really sucked. I just caught it. And thank goodness I drank several sips so it wasn't full. My God. So can you guys hear me with this going, or should I just kill the music? What do you think? Okay. Yeah, I just cranked it down. Just crank it down a little bit more. There we go. That should just be like elevator music at this point. All right. Here I am. If that gets too annoying, just let me know, guys. Probably will. I would imagine it's going to probably annoy me. Oh, it's good audio balance? Okay, good. Look, I actually bathed before the live stream. Last time I had on my clothes that I worked in all day, and I had on my baseball hat, my greasy hair, and I actually just took a shower. So yeah, you have to be formal for Christmas Eve live stream, something I've never done before. And of course, we have the No Skill Zombie Rider T-shirt. Got to represent. So here we are. I was just here. I believe last time I streamed was December 11th, so 2 weeks ago. Wait, I should close Outlook. I should close that. I should. Let's see. Yes, Harold, I went all out. Spartacus, Merry Christmas. Yeah, got a few people in here. That's nice. I mean, I only announced this a few hours ago, and it's Christmas Eve, so I have no idea what to expect. Who's here? Who does anything going on Christmas Eve? In years past, I would sometimes have things happening on Christmas Eve. Obviously, I don't have anything going on this year. Whoops. Still tweaking this volume. Okay, there we go. And actually, okay. I think we're okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So obviously I have nothing going on this Christmas Eve. When I was younger, I wrote about this in my blog. When I was younger, like Christmas Eve used to be the night that all of my mom's family used to come over. It was myself, my siblings, my brother, my sister, my dad, my mom, my uncle, my grandfather, my grandmother. This is all my mom's side typically. My great grandmother, my great aunt. I'm trying to think. I think that was the core group. And they used to always come over. We would have a nice big dinner. They would bring us, my grandparents and stuff would give us little presents. We would get little things, nothing big, but it set us up for the big day. And I used to always enjoy that. It always was fun. As an adult, I used to go to, sometimes there would be like Christmas Eve dinners and that kind of stuff at relatives of my first wife, second wife. Not sure if I did that with her or not, but yeah, I enjoy the holidays. Maybe more so than most 54-year-old men do. But of course, this holiday is different for me, of course, for obvious reasons. So we're just going with the flow. My Christmas Eve afternoon festivities were mowing the grass. It's kind of sounds funny to a lot of people that it's the end of December and I'm mowing grass, but I was mowing grass for a couple hours in the backyard, and then I took the weed whacker and weed whacked around the solar system, and yeah, I was busy all afternoon. All right, so let's see, who do we got here? I think I got everybody here. Scout's here again. Scout wasn't here for a while. So just showing up here in this live stream means that you don't have a lot going on either, which is okay. It's okay to not have a lot going on. Richard asked, Merry Christmas from Canada. What's on your list? I did make a list just for my siblings like to buy me things for Christmas. So I did make a list, and I'm trying to think, it was like a bunch of Eagles stuff. I think I put some stuff for streaming on there. What the hell's it called? A Stream Deck? I think that was on the list. And I actually bought my own presents, a couple presents for myself. So yeah, I know what they are, but I did wrap them, and I don't plan to open them until tomorrow. And don't tell anybody, because I already know what it is, but I'll tell you anyways. I got myself a Nintendo Switch. Now, I'm not a console gamer anymore, but the only reason I got that is when I went to Texas to visit my brother-in-law, sister, and my niece and nephew. One of the things we did a lot of is played on their Nintendo Switch. So I thought it would be cool if I had one so I could play with them as well, because they seem to like playing and killing me, because they're obviously much better than I am. But that is my big gift. Big gift. So tonight it's totally freeform. Like I said, I do have a White Claw here, and I actually have a cooler off camera here with some more White Claws to save me trips to the fridge. Now, of course, that's not going to save me from trips to the bathroom. I don't have a piss jug here or anything, but I shouldn't have to go to the refrigerator as often, at least. And of course, we can talk about EUC stuff. I did see that there was a new Gotway fire. I believe it was an MSP the MSP burned up. It looks like it did some damage to the inside of the home. And another wheel. What was the other wheel? Was it a 16X? There's another wheel in the vicinity, and the fire from the MSP ignited the other wheel as well, unfortunately. So it sounded like it was pretty terrible. Pretty terrible. Shane says, Merry Christmas Eve. Thanks, Shane. Same to you, buddy. Okay, so Richard says, in Iceland, presents are open on Christmas Eve. I think I have heard that. I don't know if it's just Iceland. I think I've heard of that in some other places too. So at our house, I was allowed to open one as a teaser, but of course, all were not out yet. So Richard, are you from Iceland? If you are, I didn't know that, but that's cool. That's cool if you are. I did not know that. Iceland seems like a really cool place. I actually was had a friend of mine over today. I gave her one of my 3D printers, and she was telling me about her trip that she took to Iceland several years ago, and it sounds like a really interesting place. She was there the time of year where it's basically daylight the entire 24 hours of a day. So she said that was kind of an interesting phenomenon, when you basically don't have any darkness. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to experience for sure. So Brett says yard work is good for the inner soul, helps you gather your thoughts. Well, if that's the case, then I should really have my thoughts gathered, because it feels like I'm doing yard work all the time, man. There's always something going on here at the house. Always have a task. Always have unfinished tasks. So I'm trying to think, like in addition to doing the grass in the back, which is nice. It was good to get it done, because now we're at the time of the year that rain has slowed down. The temperatures are lower. I think tonight's supposed to get into the 50s or maybe even the 40s. The grass finally stops growing. So now that I mow that area in the back, I probably don't have to touch it again for a month, or maybe a month and a half, hopefully. So I'm all good with that. But I was cleaning up landscaped areas. I was throwing some stuff out, moving stuff around. There's still lots of little tweaking that I need to do in the house. And I'm doing it as my motivation allows me to do, because sometimes I don't feel motivated. Richard, thumbs up for a stream deck. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. It would add to the live streams. E. Simon is here. Happy Extreme Christmas. Yes. E. Simon, one of my channel subscribers. Welcome, buddy. I know it's already Christmas in Australia, but it's not here. It's about 8:30, so we have 3.5 hours till midnight. I don't think I'll be streaming until Christmas, unless you guys really keep me glued to the computer, but we'll see. Yes, Brett, I know what you meant. No problem. I typo all the time, man. You should see. I make so many typographical errors, like I don't even give a shit anymore. I just, I remember before, when I would make an error, I would make sure I would proofread it, and then I would, oh wow, I have a misspelling. I gotta go back and I gotta change that one letter. I just send it now. I don't care. You'll understand what I mean. I don't know what that says about me, but yeah. Shane, I just watched a disappointing veteran Abram unboxing for Wrong Way. What are your thoughts? I saw he posted that video. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to see it. Can you give me any cliff notes about it? Like what were his bad points about it? I know Adam has been much more concerned with safety and battery stuff that's being used in wheels nowadays, which is great. But I don't know what he didn't like about the Abrams. The biggest negative I heard about from the Abrams from people that had got it recently was, the cutting out. Surprisingly easy, but supposedly that's fixed with a a software patch, I guess. But no, I don't know what else Adam saw about it. Abrams doesn't interest me at all. I've said that before. Big wheel definitely looks better than a Sherman. What did you guys think of that Sherman Max video, where the guy took the Sherman Max up that hill? I've seen that hill before. There's other wheels that have been taken there. That it looks like almost a 90. It's not 90 degrees, but it's an extremely steep. It's short, but it's extremely steep. And the guy took the Sherman Max up there. Trying to remember the specs of it. I think they said it's like a 3,500 watt motor, I believe. And I think that's using 2170 batteries instead of the 18650s. I'm not sure what other things they've changed about it. So yeah, it's cool, I guess. I don't need one, but it's cool. I'm not sure what it's going to cost, but I bet it's going to be a lot. So Richard's father is Icelandic, but I was born and raised in Canada. Okay, got you, man. Very cool. It's cool to have that diversity in your family like that, you know? Joe, Merry Christmas Eve. Yes, I think. If I didn't see that before, Joe, I see it now. Thank you. Richard says Stream Deck works great with OBS. Yeah, I had OBS before. For a while now, I've just been using Stream Deck. I don't know if, StreamYard. Sorry. I've been using StreamYard instead of OBS. So I don't know. I don't know if it integrates with StreamYard or not. I'll figure it out. I got time to play with it. Brett asking for a farm animals report. Well, I only have 4 chickens left. Cutie Pie, Fiona, Popcorn, and Kathy. Kathy and Cutie Pie are my oldest chickens. They are probably, are they 6 years old now? Between 5 and 6. They are getting up there. Kathy is my biggest chicken. She's like a little turkey. She's a pig, and she's kind of like the boss. She's at the top of the pecking order. Cutie Pie is a Jersey giant, and she has some issues with her legs. Like, it's hard for her to get up and sit down. I have to pick her up at night. She gets into the coop herself fine, but she can't get up onto the perch. So I pick her up and put her on the perch every night. She knows the routine. Like, I'll come in and I'll come towards her, and she'll stand up, and she knows that it's time for me to put her on the perch. And I carry her around the yard sometimes just to save her extra wear and tear on her legs. But she's been like that for, God, I mean, it feels like it's close to a year, and she's still hanging in there. So she's good. Popcorn is a white leghorn, and she has had a roller coaster of health issues. She has been seemingly sick, and then she recovers, and then seemingly sick, and then recovers, but she's hanging in there. She's okay, but she's light. I can tell that she's very light. She probably has some sort of intestinal thing. I've been giving them dewormer, like it's called Zyfen. It's like a natural dewormer that I put in there. Is it Zyfen? I think it is. Yeah, I put it in their water to try to flush out if she does have some sort of worm issue going on. And Fiona is probably the all-around healthiest chicken. She's never had any sort of real health issues, but she's also probably the bitchiest chicken. Like, she always is just grumpy, and she doesn't like to be interacted with. So she's fine, you know. But that's it. Those are my 4 remaining chickens, and I will not be getting any more when they pass on, because I found that since I've gotten chickens, my life has become very limited, because it's difficult to find people to chicken sit, and you almost feel bad asking people to chicken sit, because, you know, chickens are kind of messy. So yeah, that's my barnyard report. You know, I have no plans to buy any other barnyard animals. Simon, it's Christmas Day. Finished my Christmas lunch and having a beer with you. Nice, man. All right. Well, I'm having my evening White Claw, and this is a black cherry. Just bought this today. I made the was not a mistake, but I need to get out and do some grocery shopping because obviously everything's closed tomorrow. I usually do my grocery shopping on Saturdays. So I went to where did I go? I went to Trader Joe's. I went to Sam's Club. And then I went to Publix, which is like the dominant grocery store chain down here in Florida. And Trader Joe's actually was bearable. Sam's was very busy. And Publix was ridiculous. Publix, you walked in and there was no shopping carts. So they did have some shopping baskets. So I just loaded my shopping basket. It was like mounted to the top with the things I had to get. So, but I did survive. But it was very crowded. So it's to be expected on Christmas Eve. Okay, we're talking about the Abrams. It appears very cheap, plasticish. Made a lot of noise. Sherman Max looks like a great option. Did anyone? I thought I saw someone said that they had that Jason had the Sherman Max for pre-order on eWheels. And if he does, I'm very curious what the asking price is for it. Because the regular Sherman, can you guys see that? No, you can't see that. Oh, you can see that. Okay. Oh, no, you can't. Sorry. Never mind. Sherman, where is it? Sherman. Okay, veteran. Okay, well, this one says 3,200 watt hour motor. I thought it was 35, but this one says 3,200 watt. Because I know some people were calling it the Sherman 2 or whatever. Oh, wait, no, this is the regular Sherman. A 3,200 watt hour battery and a 2,500 watt motor. Okay, so. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe somebody else knows what the deal is with the Sherman Max. So I'll have to watch Adam's video about the Abrams. I thought the Abrams, like at least visually, it looked like an upgrade. It looked more modern. It looked more polished. And of course, we can talk more about the because this happened since my last live stream. I talked about it in the last video, but we can talk about the Bugatti EX2. The very different looking EX2. I have some thoughts about it. Simon says the Abrams that Adam received, the shell is pretty flimsy and the plastic rattled. Okay, well, maybe that's a one-off with the one that he has, but who knows? Okay, so Harold says the Sherman Max is 3,600 watt hour. Okay, so it's the same battery capacity as a Commander. Okay, so I guess it's trying to regain the Range King title with a 2,800 watt motor. Okay, so it's not 3,500 watts. Abrams, lots of rattling. Okay. Because I haven't heard that from anybody else with the Abrams. So like I said, maybe Adam just got one that was a little sloppy with the QC. Brett says Salty Cracker is live streaming right now on YouTube. Check him out. Well, I'm not going to check him out right now because I'm streaming, Brett, but I've never heard of Salty Cracker. If you want to fill me in on who he is, sure. Oh, Shane, okay. I didn't know you were brand new to EUCs. Yeah, I didn't recognize your name. I'm brand new to EUCs and just received my V12. I don't have any real experience. I am really excited to grow and learn. Definitely want to see the Inmotion wheel and the KSS20. Okay, well, welcome to the hobby. Be sure to take your time. Some people make the mistake of, they try to progress too quickly, and the end result can be ugly. I think I saw somebody, was that last week? Someone that recently learned wiped out doing like 30 miles an hour or something, and I know it's fun to go fast, and you see other people in videos going real fast. You're like, oh wow, I want to do that. Well, you really need to make sure you have some miles under you before you do something like that. Brett, cut the stream short and watch Salty Cracker. No, man, I can't do that. I can't do that. Come on. I have all this White Claw here I have to get through. Harold says Kroger was a nightmare in Nashville. Yeah, I'm sure pretty much any when you guys get sick of my Christmas tunes, it's like I have like 5 songs in this loop here. So Kroger was a nightmare in Nashville. Barely survived. There's way too many people. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, like I said, all grocery stores I'm sure like that because people are getting food for their Christmas Eve dinner or their Christmas Day dinner, which neither of which I'll be having. So it makes sense that they're busy. I saw someone instead of, there were parking spaces in this parking lot in Publix, but someone in like a big dually thought it would be really cool to instead drive up on to one of the islands, one of the islands in the middle of the parking lot. And he was going to park there. It was a woman, and she tried to nudge onto it a couple times and failed. And she was sitting there for like 4 or 5 minutes trying to do this, backing up all this traffic behind her. It was comical. I got out of my car or my truck, and I'm just like, get a clue, man. Some people do not have a clue. Have you noticed that? I have. Brian Thomason. I don't recognize your name either, Brian. If you're new to the stream, welcome. Happy or Merry Christmas Eve. Dunkin' Donuts should sponsor your wheels. Yeah, I know. I've periodically I have added them on Twitter with my videos, my Dunkin' Donut videos, but I have never gotten a response. So I'll keep trying once in a while when I remember. Harold would have loved to have seen a larger motor in the Sherman Max. So what was I could have swore I heard 3,500 watts for that motor. So you're saying it's 20, what did you say, 2,800? I don't know. There's so much wheel information coming out lately. So what do you guys think about the EX2? Almost everybody I talked to thought it was stupid. I did get one comment from one guy that described it, Miguel Branch. I think he's been on a live stream before. I think he's up in the New York area. He said that to him, the EX2 was basically an S20 without the paint. Because if you look at an S20, it sort of looks like that. It's not nearly as fat. The square is not nearly as big on an S20 as the EX2. And the EX2 is just like a ripoff in every single way of the S20. Gotway, I don't know. Gotway, they really suck at having original ideas. That's kind of my opinion. And I don't plan to buy any of their wheels. I haven't for a while. Okay, Simon. Okay, yeah. So the original EX2, they were saying that it was going to use the lithium iron phosphate batteries, the ones that you can drill into. The ones with the no explode, just smoke. Yeah, those batteries. Yeah, because originally they were saying it was going to use those batteries, and also I heard that the new EXN was going to use those batteries. So what, are they scrapping those batteries altogether? Because the community basically laughed their asses off when they showed them. Yeah, I did see the EX2S. I saw a video today on Bigoti's Facebook page with lithium ion. So, okay, well. Bigoti is Bigoti. Shane's been following my content on the V12. Cool, man. I love my V12. Best 16-inch wheel ever, in my opinion. Richard says that he found your confidence was much better the start of your second year. It all takes time, but worth every second. I agree. Those of you that don't know the genesis of me getting into EUCs, I originally I bought Cindy a Segway Mini Pro. Those are the two-wheeled balancing devices that have a knee bar for steering. You bump it with your knees to go left and right. And she liked it so much, I bought a second one. I bought one for me in short order, and it was fun. We rode around on them quite a bit. And then I saw, it was probably Ian, Speedy Feet Ian, riding around on his Ninebot 1s. Ninebot 1E Plus, I think, is what he was riding. And I was curious about it, and I thought that it was unique and cool, and I thought it would be easy to learn. But the funny thing is I actually bought that with the intent of Cindy riding it, because Cindy has really good natural balance. Cindy's a good roller skater, and she was down with this plan as well. It was gonna be Cindy ride the 9x1E Plus, and I was gonna just stick with the Mini Pro. That was the plan. And the first day that we got the 9x1E Plus, we were out there in the driveway and quickly discovered that it was much harder than either of us thought. And in the process of trying different techniques to balance on it, Cindy fell off of it and kind of hurt herself a little bit. And she's like, "Oh, I'm done. I ain't riding this thing." I'm like, "Okay, great. Well, I just spent $600 on this, so I guess I got to learn it." So that's basically what happened. It was more financial motivation than anything that this money was spent on this device, and I had to learn. And it was probably 3 weeks of multiple sessions of terrible luck, lots of falling, having no clue what I was doing, watching endless videos, getting advice from anyone that I could. And finally, I got the basics after probably about 3 weeks of futzing around. So that's how I got into EUCs. But I'll tell you, I mean, it seemed ridiculously impossible at the time. But looking back, I'm so glad that I put in the effort, because EUCs, it really opened up the whole new thing for me. It encouraged me to check out things, explore areas, take the time to go to places that I normally would never consider. So, yeah. And that's the overwhelming feedback I get from most people that get into the hobby. So, but yeah, take it. You gotta be reasonable. You gotta take it slow. Harold says, someone put out 3,500 watt motor first as the Sherman Max motor size, but the data out all now says 2,000 watts. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. E-Border is here. What's up, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. Merry Christmas Eve. Earth Painter. Hopefully the new Tesla format tablet cell will be available sooner as opposed to later. Yeah, I saw when they had battery day, when Tesla had their battery day. And yeah, it looked great, but unfortunately with Elon, when he talks about timelines, you can basically totally disregard them. I don't think any timeline he has ever mentioned has been accurate. So the technology does sound great. It uses far less. What's the word for it? Not rare minerals, but it uses a lot less stuff that is hard to get, like lithium, for example. It uses materials that are readily available, and those batteries are highly recyclable as well, is my understanding. So it sounds great. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. So. But if anyone can do it, Elon can, right? 4680 cells. Yeah, I do remember them being referred to as 4680s. Brian Thomason, in your opinion, which is the best first wheel? Emphasis on city cruiser. Well, that kind of depends. Like, if you want to be able to transport it, like say you're getting onto a train or a subway or a bus, and you need to be able to lift it comfortably and not be lugging it, you're going to want something lighter. You like a lot of people use Inmotion V8s as a first wheel. So it's a very solid wheel. Trying to think, the V10, yeah, maybe. But it's also a matter of the problem is some people they get a wheel and they learn it, and then they immediately are bumping up against the ceiling of that wheel's capabilities, and then they're like, oh wow, I just spent $1,500 on a wheel. Now I want a faster one, and now I'm going to spend another $2,000-$2,500. So it really depends what you're doing, how much range do you need. Like I said, my first wheel was a Ninebot 1E Plus. It was an excellent wheel to learn on for me. Built like a tank, 16-inch wheel. You typically want something for a city cruiser. I was a 16 or 18-inch wheel. But weight can be a factor for sure. You see people zipping around New York City on Shermans all the time. But imagine trying to carry those upstairs or something like that. It would be brutal. Brutal. Shane is signing off. All right, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Brian. Rare earth elements. Thank you. Brain block happens sometimes, especially at this age. I am 54. Last time you guys saw me, I was 53. I'm now 54 years old. Do I look older? I don't know. See how long my hair is? This is like long for me. The majority of the last 20 years, I've just had pretty much a buzz cut. Take an 18-inch, an 1/8-inch attachment on a electric shaver, and I would just buzz my hair and I'd be done. But I'm experimenting with letting it grow longer. Don't ask me why. E. Simon, still no Cybertruck. They must be working on unbreakable windows. Yeah, last time I heard, maybe 2023. They're supposed to be making those at the Gigafactory in Texas, and my understanding is that factory is approaching completion. I think they're going to make Model Ys there. That's also where they're supposed to make Cybertrucks. I do still have my deposit on a Cybertruck. I am very curious how pricing is going to work, because I don't remember if my deposit actually technically locks in a price, because the price of all Teslas has skyrocketed lately. Prices of everything have gone up quite a bit. So I'm curious if the pricing that I put a deposit on the truck for is going to hold. I am kind of suspecting that it might not. And if it is significantly more expensive than what I signed up for, I might have to shit can that whole idea and just deal with my Tacoma. And that's not the worst thing in the world. I like my Tacoma. Richard says, training videos and technique have greatly improved over the years. Yes, definitely. Yeah, when I was learning, it was Ian. It was My Fun Wheel, the guy that was a dealer out in California. Who else did I watch? There's this guy I don't know if he lived in China. He was an Asian guy that I used to watch him a lot. I'm trying to think who else, because there's definitely more. But those were some of the go-to people that I used to watch on a regular basis. Joe says, as long as I've ever seen your hair. Yeah, I actually have new hair clippers. I do have hair clippers that are actually quite good. But, New Year's coming, so new year, new you, right? Who knows? It's going to be very interesting to see what the new year is like. I can tell you that. All I can tell you is it probably will be a lot different than 2021. I think 2022 is going to be a lot different for me in a number of ways. Richard is 63. Really? This sounds weird, but in some ways, I wish I was 63. And the only reason that I say that is because when I'm 63, I will be retired. I can get my full retirement at 62. And I wish it was tomorrow, but unfortunately, it's 8 years away or whatever. So, but I'm ready to not work, to be very honest. Well, Brian's nearly 58. Yeah, Brian, there's a very large portion of the electric unicycle community that's right in our age range. Marty is 60 now. Because electric unicycles are not cheap. So, there are lots of younger guys that have them, but there's a lot that don't. So, has anyone seen the new Spider-Man? I saw it last Friday. No, last Sunday I saw it. I went to a matinee at the movie theater that Cindy and I used to always go to. First time I've been there in close to 2 years. It was kind of a weird feeling. There might have been 20 people in the theater. I sat by myself in the corner. I really liked it. I really liked the new Spider-Man. I have seen every iteration of Spider-Man that's been in the theaters. So if you're like me and you have seen them all, you will probably enjoy the new Spider-Man. I found it enjoyable. There were some emotional moments in there. Got a little misty-eyed a couple times. Lots of funny things, and just things that you're going to think are cool too. And there's mid-credit scenes and a post-credit scene. So if you're into that kind of stuff, you're going to want to stick around till the end as well. So yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. It's a weird situation that it was technically a Sony movie, but it was done by Marvel Studios. Like Sony and Marvel have some sort of weird arrangement when it comes to Spider-Man. And I think they're doing something similar with Venom as well. Like Venom is technically a Sony property, but Marvel is involved with Venom as well, I guess. So, but yeah, the short story is Spider-Man No Way Home. I liked it. It was good. Oh, Alexa's reminding me of something. J and L, Merry Christmas from the UK. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you staying up. It is actually Christmas in the UK now. So yeah, Merry Christmas to you, buddy. And thanks for stopping in. I don't recognize your name. What is that reminder? Oh, nothing important. Your Earth Painter is 47. Perfect age to ride a lot. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I've been dealing with a lot of aches and pains. Although, knock on wood, they've been a little better lately. I've been doing a number of things to try to alleviate some of my issues. I was, for about a month, I was wearing an SI belt, which basically looks like a back brace. It's an elastic belt, with Velcro, and you just pull it tight. But instead of wearing it on your back, you kind of wear it more across your hips. And supposedly it keeps your SI joint more in alignment. And because when it gets out of alignment, you can have some lower back pain associated with that. So I have been doing that. I've been doing, I believe Cynthia May was actually the one that suggested this. I've been doing stiff-legged leg swings one at a time at the gym. I hold on to something. I just swing my leg up and down as far as I can. I've been doing that. And I've been doing, they're kind of like Supermans, basically, where you're laying on a bench, but your hips are like on the edge of the bench, and then you're lifting your legs up. You're contracting your glutes and you're lifting your legs up, and that helps create strength in that area to, again, better support your lower back. And those combination of things seems to be helping somewhat. My lower back pain has not been as bad as it was. Harold says, I seem to get way more comments and questions from older people than young when I'm writing my EUC. Yeah, I would say me too. Although I do think an element of that is younger people in general are not that good at starting up conversations, because the young generation is used to, talking on their phone, and it's funny how inept they are with normal. A lot of them are really awkward when it comes to normal conversation. So I think that's probably part of it. Philippa Thane, VOI FYI. Okay, I don't know what that is. NYC EUC is here. What's up, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. How are things in NYC tonight? Be cool. One time I was in New York City the week before Christmas. I wasn't there actually for Christmas, but right before Christmas, and saw the the town all decked out. It was really cool. It was definitely an experience. Oh, David's here. David Mitchell from Scotland is here. Hey, buddy. Welcome. Appreciate you stopping in. I know it's late there. Brian says, I would go nuts on shred lights, LEDs, and strobes. I don't go nuts with them. I usually rely on just the lights on the wheel primarily. What is, oh shit, today's Friday. Oh shit, that's right. That reminds me, I was going to go on my road bike today. You saying that about the lights and strobes reminded me. I was thinking about going to do my road bike today. I didn't. The good news is I have off tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday, so I guess I could always make up for that if I wanted to. Okay, so Earth Painter, I've had major SI joint issues in my life. Chiropractor said abs super important to hold all that structure together. Those leg lifts likely very helpful. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it is. It is, and my core is relatively strong. I do a lot of body weight ab exercises. I do push-ups, which actually, when you're doing them correctly, that actually is keeping your core under tension as well. I don't do as much as I used to. I used to do so much exercise calisthenics-wise. I do not do that anymore, but I am going to keep up what I'm doing because I think it is helping finally. Oh, I wanted to talk about this. Yeah. E. Simon, did you watch Matrix Resurrections yet? No. I do have HBO Max, and I am going to watch it. Unfortunately, I have heard from multiple people that it kind of sucks, which is disappointing because I was looking forward to it. But even if it supposedly sucks, I'm still going to watch it. I'm a huge Matrix fan, even though the later versions of Matrix, the sequels weren't very good. I'm still going to watch it. But I heard it was not that good, so I'll watch that this weekend as well. Oh, so Wilson is here. Nice, man. What's up, Wilson? 2 live streams in a row. Awesome. I was disappointed to hear the V12 has an estimated range of 40 miles. Otherwise, the wheel looks like something I would get. Who told you that? Are you going based on Ian? Because I know Ian did a range test with John. And that's what he said. But Ian's range tests are historically the lowest of anybody that you'll see, just because of the temperatures and the conditions that he rides in, through the woods, through the mud. His range tests are always the bare minimum compared to everybody else. Whereas Marty's range tests are usually the maximum, it seems. But that being said, if you look at my channel, there's a video where I did what I would call a real speed range test, where I rode out to Ave Maria, and I was doing probably 25 miles or so. 25 miles an hour or so, and that was about 35 miles. And then after that, I did additional riding. I rode it all the way down to 7 or 8%, and by the time I got down there, I was right around 50 miles. And that was with riding the first 35 miles at about 25 miles an hour. So if you are riding slower than 25 miles an hour, there's no way that you get 40 miles of range. There's no way. Unless you're riding in Arctic cold, obviously cold weather hammers range. But you definitely should get more than 40 miles. NYC EUC cold, yeah, I'm sure. Well, it was kind of cold for me the last few days. If you saw the Victoria Park video, it was about 60 when I rode to see the lights, and I had on 3 layers and jeans, and I was okay. I wasn't that cold, but New York cold is a different kind of cold. And I can still tolerate cold if I'm dressed appropriately. But the problem is I don't really have a lot of cold weather gear anymore, as you can imagine. 34 in NYC. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cold. Pretty cold. My dad lived in Marionville in Pennsylvania, which is Western Pennsylvania, which is above Pittsburgh. And that is a cold place. Let me tell you, there was a few times that I visited him in the winter months. And there was quite a few days where the high temperature did not get into double digits. It was that cold. And that's an experience. And actually, it's weird. Like I do actually kind of enjoy it in short bursts, but I couldn't. I don't think I could live in a cold environment anymore. I think it would be kind of miserable. Oh, here, wait! I want to show you guys this. I'm gonna remove myself from the stream. I'll be right back. But you can't really see the picture behind me. So okay, just look at this. That is a picture. I think it was the first Christmas for Elsa. That was my M Super V3, and she actually like chewed it into the leg pad on it. And I remember I was very, very angry at the time. Of course I forgave her, but I was very, very angry at the time. And then eventually I saw the humor in it and posted that sign with that picture. And I just thought her face on that is quite funny. Good old M Super V3. Ruth Painter says the stretch where you lay flat on your back and raise one leg, knee up, foot flat, and swing that leg over the other and kind of hold that. Do both sides. Helps keep the SI joint moving. Okay. I don't know that I've seen that one specifically, but I will keep that in mind. Yeah, I do the first like 15 minutes of my workouts because I work out at lunch. The county has a fitness center. It's probably about a quarter mile from my office. I just walk there and walk back at lunch, which is super convenient. I love it. But I would say the first 15 minutes of my workout is warming up and stretching. I do all kinds of stretching. I stretch, lower body, shoulders, back, forearms. I do a lot of stretching, and the older I get, the more necessary that seems. Michael, what's up, man? Hey, I sent your shirt back out, by the way. Michael was one of the last live stream. I gave away a shitload of stuff, and Michael was one of the winners of a shirt. And one day last week, or this week actually, in the mailbox, I see a real nasty looking priority mail envelope. It almost looked like someone bled on it. It was pretty gross, and it was the shirt that I sent to Michael. And evidently, when he gave me his address, he forgot to include his apartment number. So the post office returned it to me. So, but I sent it back out to him with the apartment number. So I don't know if you got it yet, Michael, but hopefully you do this time. Okay, so we're getting a lot of new names tonight. That's cool. No Name Sam started my EUC journey 3 weeks ago in NYC and already addicted. Using the 16X. Okay. I had a 16X. That's a very solid wheel. When I ride, I always plan for about 1 to 2 hours, but ends up being 3 or 4. Love it. Awesome channel, by the way. Merry Christmas. Thank you, man. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. That's awesome. 16X is a really, really solid wheel. Good power, really good range for the size battery that's in there. And it's an aggressive looking wheel. I like the 16X. NYC EUC. So you have you have an Abrams on pre-order, but now I'm thinking you're going to wait for the new Inmotion to come out. I don't know if you saw earlier, someone was talking about Adam Wrongway's review of the Abrams, and I guess at least his Abrams he wasn't that impressed with. It was described as plasticky, I guess, and kind of rattled and stuff. It seemed like the build quality on his Abrams that he had wasn't so great. I don't know that that's the case for all of them. But yeah, I'm very interested in that new Inmotion as well. I'm interested in the timeline for it, and I'm interested in the cost of it, because the S20 is still kind of vaporware. There's no, well, is there, I think the last date from Jason, it was moved to March. Is that right? Yeah, I think it was March. Let's see what it is now, if it's moved again. But I am concerned about when the S20 is actually going to show up. Okay, right now on eWheels, it still shows an ETA of March. So we'll see. I don't know. But I am very interested in hearing more details about that Inmotion. Supposedly the fastest wheel ever with suspension. That gets my attention. And the longest range of any Inmotion wheel. So E. Simon talking about the Matrix, the latest Matrix movie. It's not that great, but if you're a fan of the Matrix in general, it's still worth a watch. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. I probably won't love it, but I won't. I don't think I'll hate it either. So. Wilson, yeah, check the reviews. Yeah, like I said, look at my channel, Wilson. Look for the I think it's literally called Real Speed Range Test or something like that on my channel for the V12, and because I actually was quite impressed with the range I got in the V12 based on how fast I was going. Earth agrees. If you kept the V12 under 25, you'll probably get around 50 miles. There you go. Brian, I'm going to bounce to a card game in Virtual Worlds. Oh, yeah? Is it Hearthstone? I do play Hearthstone, by the way. Which is one of the bigger virtual card games. I play more, I play more World of Warcraft, but Hearthstone is a fun game. I've played that since it came out as well. Mick Dianoff, I don't recognize your name. Another new person, possibly. Welcome. Hello, Duff. Just would like to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you from all the guys from Cleveland E-Riders. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. That's cool. I'm not really aware of what the EUC scene is like in Cleveland. Do you guys actually ride through the winter? Because, man, Cleveland winters, that's no joke, man. Oof. Earth says Abrams has not been a popular wheel. Kuji refused to review it after trying it out. Yes, that is correct. I actually I had that information a while ago. I believe there was an incident while he was writing it. Dennis slaughtered the wheel in review. He's since taken down. Okay, yeah. I mean, in general, I thought that the veteran releasing a bigger wheel was a mistake, and it seems like there's some technical things wrong with the wheel as well, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't anticipate the Abrams being a popular wheel. Harold says, agreed on the next Inmotion wheel. I'm looking forward to some concrete specs on it. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, so we talked about Spider-Man. We talked about Matrix. How many of you guys watched the Hawkeye series? I watched the last episode of that last night. Yeah, I think last night. I watched the episode 6 of Hawkeye. I enjoyed that as well. I've enjoyed the Marvel series that they put out on Disney Plus. Oh God, WandaVision, Loki, and now Hawkeye. I thought all three of them were well done. If anything, I didn't like that they were so short. You know, six. I think they're all three of them were only 6 episodes. Is that right? I'm a big Marvel nerd. I love Marvel movies. I saw Eternals. Enjoyed that too. I have not seen. What haven't I seen? I haven't seen the new Venom. I'd like to see that. I thought there was another one that I'm missing. I think just the new Venom. I haven't seen that yet, but I like those movies. Talking about the Inmotion wheel, NYC EUC. The other thing that's appealing to him with the new Inmotion wheel and Inmotion's reputation in general is their great quality control compared with manufacturers like Bigodi and possibly Veteran. E. Simon, the new Inmotion wheel has a March release date, apparently. What? Where'd you hear that? Really? I did not hear that. Well, obviously, it's not on eWheels yet because they don't have any official announcements. That's a bullshit date, I'm sure. I mean, like that's one thing that does annoy me with Inmotion. Like the V12, like Mickey was doing reviews on this, and back in it was like a year ago, like in December, he had that one of those early V12s, and the wheel really hasn't been available to people in any sort of quantity until like the last month or so. Almost it was almost like a full year of the after the wheel was initially hyped that you could actually get it. I don't like that. I don't like that strategy at all. I would much rather have a wheel announced much closer to it being ready for production and to get into the hands of people. I think teasing people too early pisses them off. I know it pisses me off. So hopefully if they are saying March, they mean it. I'm very much a under promise and over deliver kind of guy. I would much rather give someone a conservative estimate and beat it than give them an estimate that's unrealistic and miss it by a mile. I think that generally speaking is terrible business practice. Brian says Haley Steinfeld was a good addition to Hawkeye. Yeah, I thought she was good. And I thought it was interesting how they tied in Kingpin. Okay, spoiler warning. If you haven't seen Hawkeye, okay, just cover your ears for a minute or whatever. So in the last couple episodes, they introduced Kingpin. Kingpin was part of the Daredevil series. What's that guy's name? Is it Vincent D'Onofrio? Is that his name? I don't know. But anyways, he is part of Hawkeye. He's a part of the show, which I thought was interesting. And and again, spoiler, the way it ends, it made me think that Kingpin was dead. But I watched there's a YouTube channel called Emergency Awesome. They deal with like anything geeky, comic book related movies, all that kind of stuff. That's all I deal with. And he basically said that Kingpin is not dead, and they didn't show him dying, but they led the audience to think that he was dead, but evidently he's not. So sometimes you have to watch stuff like that to figure out what's actually going on. Oh, Earth! Oh shit! How did I forget about Falcon and Winter Soldier? Oh my god! Yeah, I love that. That was great. That was really good too. Really good. Yeah, I thought it was good. And I mean, these shows are done at normal theatrical quality. I mean, it's just you're basically watching, six mini movies. Brian says Loki is killer. Yep, I love Loki. Thought that was really good. Dan, hey Dan, what's up, man? What do you think about Gotway wheels that are now shipping from e-wheels with the Korean-made battery packs? I think, well, I've talked to Jason about this on the phone and email. Supposedly, the battery packs that he has outsourced are high quality packs and worth the additional money that they cost, because I know that they cost more than what you're getting. If you're concerned with performance and safety, to me, it's a no-brainer. But I'm still not. I still don't want a Bugatti wheel. But I think that Jason being concerned enough to do that to sidestep Gotway or Bugatti or Bugode or whatever the hell their name is, and put in these packs that have all kinds of safety precautions. They're high performance, individual cell monitoring. I mean, they're very, very good. So I think it's a good thing overall. And if I was going to get a Gotway wheel, I would want one of these. Like, for example, the Commander that Marty has had for, how long has he had that thing? I don't know, forever. Maybe he's hoping that Jason never asked for it back. That Commander has one of the e-wheels custom battery packs in it. So I assume you can only get those if you buy the wheel from e-wheels. Johnny Zapp, you just emailed me the specs for the Sherman Max. Okay, well, let me open my email quickly. All right, I got it. Okay, so I guess I can share this, right? It's kind of hard to see that thing, though. That image is really small. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's just share this. Share this. Share this. I don't know how readable that is for you guys. So this is a message from eWheels regarding it. The current status on the Sherman Max is that the battery supplier Litech is working on the pack construction with a target of completing this work by the end of the month. So all the Sherman Maxes are going to... Again, I'm curious how that's going to work, because I would assume that this only applies to Sherman sold by eWheels. So they've targeted completing this work by the end of the month, which will mean an expected arrival of the Shermans by around February. I'm planning on updating the Sherman page with the new information, but if you place the deposit there, it'll be used towards one of the Maxes. Okay, so if you order a Sherman today, it will be for a Max. The specs of the new Sherman have yet to be confirmed, but what we do know is it will be increased about 12% to 3,600 watt hours. They're also quoting 20% more torque in comparison to the original Sherman, and use of thicker gauge motor wires along with some other improvements. We're also spending an extra $300 per wheel to have some enhanced battery safety packaged in to try to minimize the risk of battery failure, fire, and premature degradation. Very cool. I guess what they have a image of how the batteries are going to be wired. That's interesting. Cool. It's interesting, man. Very cool. All right. Simon says Speedy Feet Ian said that Inmotion told him March release date. Huh, really? All right. Well, that would be interesting because then all of a sudden my PEV budget will officially be stretched because it would be very difficult for me. Well, not I could do it, but my conscience might have an issue with paying for an S20 and the new Inmotion wheel in rapid succession. That could be a real budget buster. Not to mention that I have my new one wheel GT coming. I think someone told me actually Larry Zarkov told me that his ship date slid back on his GT, so I'm assuming mine did as well because the original ship date on that was January, end of January. So now I'm assuming it's into February, so that would be tough. But I did pay for that already. That's already paid for. But I haven't paid for the S20, and I haven't paid for a new Inmotion wheel, obviously. So that could get very pricey. And if I did that, I would need to sell something. And what would I sell at this point? Well, actually, I would probably sell the V11. Yeah, I would sell the V11 because the new Inmotion wheel is supposed to have suspension. So yeah, that is what I would sell. Is the V11. Oh wow, Marty slid in here. Hey man, what's up, Mr. Marty? What's up, buddy? Merry Christmas. I appreciate you coming in. So Johnny says about the 3,500 watt motor tentative spec. I don't know. Someone earlier, Johnny, said that is not true. That is what they announced initially, but that supposedly it's a 2,800 watt motor. So Earth has a Monster Pro on the way from e-wheels, kind of waffling, but I'm excited to get it. Really? Are you going to put the scoop, the cooling scoop modification that Marty did on his? Yeah, the Monster Pro never interested me, although it is a great cruising wheel. Marty, I've had the Commander for over 2 months. Oh, yeah. I remember when you first told me that you were getting the Commander. I thought that like you were told, yeah, you can keep it for a week or whatever, 2 weeks or whatever. Yeah, it's amazing. That's a problem with me. I'm too literal. I'm too nice. It affects me negatively in many aspects of my life. That I'm too nice. Hey, Marty, excuse me. Marty, if you want to pop in here, let me know. I can send you an invite if you feel like it. I have no idea what you're doing right now. So, Curtis just got into your state for Christmas. Oh, there you go. Yeah, a lot of people come to Florida for Christmas for obvious reasons. Florida will be a lot warmer than Toronto, Canada. Yes. Merry Christmas to you too, buddy. Yeah, I think tomorrow, like today, the high was 78 degrees. I mean, I was for a period of time, I was actually hot out on the mower. I was a little warm because the sun is bright. You know, if you're in the shade, it doesn't feel that warm, but the sun still feels kind of intense, even though we are, we're officially in winter now. That's right. 21st was the first day of winter. I forgot. Okay, so it's officially winter here. But yeah, much better than Toronto, Canada. But there's a lot of people that come to Florida for winter. Well, there's a lot of people that come to Florida for Christmas, and then there's a lot of people that come to Florida for winter, also known as snowbirds. That's what we call them in Florida. They migrate here for the winter and they go back in the spring. I don't know if it's still true, but I remember when I first moved here, they said that the population in my county almost doubles during winter from all the seasonal visitors or seasonal residents, I guess they call them. So like in the winter, going to restaurants can be a pain in the ass. Movies can be a pain in the ass. So it's it's a plus and minus. Although I do love not having heat and humidity for 3 months or whatever. Hate Mail's here. Hate Mail is in Australia as well. Hey, buddy. Merry Christmas to you, because I know it's actually Christmas there already. So Joe loves winter. You like winter and love snow. Really? Why? No, I get it, man. There's some people that love it, but I moved to Florida specifically because, I mean, I wasn't ever clinically diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure that I'm one of those people that had seasonal depression. I used to hate winter, man, especially in Pennsylvania. Like winters in Pennsylvania, it's so gray. Every day is gray. Not necessarily tons of snow, but just cold rain, sleet. Just I hated it. I really, really hated it. So it has been nice to live in a place where you actually look forward to winter. Other than all the people, all of the seasonal visitors, but I overwhelmingly prefer winters in Florida than in Pennsylvania. And it is nice to see snow briefly, but it is never fun to shovel it. It's never fun to drive in it, significant snow. So, yeah, I'm good where I'm at. Yeah, and ice. The ice is a lot of fun. I had a lot of situations driving in ice in Pennsylvania, and that was not fun at all. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm just checking something real quick here. Okay. We're good. Dan says SAD. Yes, I think I have heard that acronym before. Seasonal affective disorder. Okay. And like I said, I'm not. Maybe I didn't have it, but it sure felt that way. I remember when I first was exposed to the Naples area. I up north. I worked for a bank. I didn't actually work for the bank. I was subcontracted to the bank through a technology company. But I basically spent all my time at the bank. And that bank had bought a bank down here in Naples. And one of these branches was moving from one location to the other. And I got assigned to set that office up. And when I got here, it was winter. And it was beautiful, man. I couldn't believe it. Like every morning, I woke up in the hotel and it was like bright blue skies, and it was 75 degrees, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. How can this be? And yeah, that stuck with me. And after I got divorced, and then remarried, my second wife was down with moving. And that's what I did. But I actually moved down here. Like I quit my job up north and I moved to Florida with no job. I had sent in a couple resumes to some listings I saw in the paper, but I had no job. So, but luckily I found the job that I have. I got interviewed and hired, and I think I was working within 2 weeks of moving to Florida. So it worked out. But I just picked up and went. Now, my ex-wife actually had a job lined up, at least initially. So, it wasn't like we had no potential money, but it was still a little risky. Earth loves winter, but a newfound love of EUC is kind of changing my thoughts. Yeah, I bet. My environment is completely unrideable at the moment. Jagged, spotty ice. Yes, I would recommend not riding in jagged, spotty ice. That's not a good combination for a one-wheel balancing device. But I mean, I've seen these guys that ride in like, snow and like blizzards, and it just seems crazy. All right, so Marty has Christmas Eve stuff. There you go, Marty. I was talking about Christmas Eve stuff. In the past, I've had Christmas Eve stuff going on now and then. Obviously, I have no Christmas Eve stuff going on this year. None whatsoever. Yeah, it's funny. Like I was saying to my friend that was over today. A lot of people know Deb. Deb was in a lot of videos with Cindy. 'Cause I actually dated Deb, and I think we talked about this. I dated Deb before actually I met Cindy, so I've known Deb for a little while, a long while actually. And she was over here today because she was picking up a 3D printer I was giving her. I had an extra 3D printer. I didn't feel like bothering to sell it, so I said, "Deb, do you want this printer?" She said, "Sure," and she came over and picked it up. But I was talking to her, and I was thinking back about Christmases that I have not been in a relationship, and the last time that I wasn't in a relationship at Christmas was when I split from my second wife, because I started seeing Deb shortly after Christmas back in 2012, I think. But for some reason, I don't know. I have to read the blog or something. I don't remember what my state of mind was. For some reason, I thought that I still had a kind of conventional Christmas back then. I don't really. Well, my mom was still around, so that's probably okay. That's why. My mom was still around, so she still came over and we celebrated Christmas. So I didn't feel as alone, because otherwise I'm trying to think if I go back. I mean, this sounds crazy, guys, but I don't know that I've had a Christmas truly alone since I was, well, never, actually, because obviously as a kid, you have Christmas with your family. And I have been in a long-term relationship, more or less, except for a period of maybe a year and a half, split over my entire adult life since I was 17 years old. Yeah. I went from one long-term relationship to another, to another, to another. When I got divorced from my first wife, the first woman that I dated became my second wife. So and that was like maybe 2 or 3 months after I split from my first wife. So I went from my first wife to my second wife. It was long-term girlfriend, first wife, second wife, and then a year of being single, where I had like 13 first dates, and that's a story on its own. And then I met Cindy. But like I said, when I was single before, my mom was still around. My mom died 7 years ago at this point. So it wasn't, like I said, I wasn't by myself. So this is my first time really ever. Wow. I didn't really put that together till just now. It's crazy. Wow. I need to drink some more White Claws to wrap my head around that. It's kind of crazy. Dan says 40 is my limit for riding. The coldest that I've ridden in is in the 50s. And I remember being frozen solid. I have ridden in the 50s, and yeah, it was not enjoyable. Especially if you're going faster, because most of my riding around here, I'm on straight, wide open roads. I'm going 25 to 30. That introduces a wind chill. If you're putzing around doing 10, 15, it's a little more tolerable. Harold says, I've been watching Mike in Stockholm riding on the ice and snow lately. It's pretty sketchy. Yeah. No, thank you. That is not anything I would like to do. Joe says, have you watched Alien Ride's electric wheel reindeer pull Santa? I saw that video in my feed. I did not see it. I think it's a short video, right? Let's maybe I can do that. Maybe we can watch it together. Let's see. Can we make this work? Where is it? Oh, wow. Tesla posted a sexy light show. Okay, there it is. I'm saying it's only 2.5 minutes. All right, well, let's watch it. Who wants to see the Sexy Light Show by Tesla? Tesla does do these cool videos once in a while. All right, so we're going to do that. We're gonna share the Tesla Sexy Light Show. Yeah, let's do this. Do this. All right, here we go. You should be able to hear this. Okay, I don't know about you, but I find that freaking awesome. That's pretty awesome. All right, so let's see the alien rides deal. Courtesy of Alien Rides, I'm giving them attribution. Oh, geez, you kidding me? Oh my god. All right, that's pretty fun. How's he steering the sled? Oh, that's actually Kevin in the sled? That's fine. Oh, he's on an electric skateboard? Is that what he's on? Oh, yeah, he is. Okay. Oh, they got a hero. Nice. They got the hero out there. Very cool. Lots of pictures being taken. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty darn good. Again, attribution, courtesy of Alien Rides, alienrides.com. Yeah, I'm surprised that they've been doing as good as they have. You know, I thought it would be really challenging getting into the EUC business, but as far as I can tell, it seems like Kevin's doing a good job. So what do you think of that Tesla video? I thought that was awesome. I really do. I really do. That's what I like about Teslas is they have a sense of humor. You can just tell the whole car has a sense of humor. The whole company has a sense of humor. So Earth says, I took the S18 out last year, 10 below zero. It was a mistake. I actually face planted due to ice forming on shoes and pedals. Yes. Yeah, I mean, my guess would be that would be a mistake. Yes, I agree. Wilson has ridden at 15 degrees. Baklava helped a lot. Wind chill is real. Yes, it definitely is. Marty did a 90-mile ride in the mountains and had to ride through snow and patches of ice. One thick section of ice did me in. I think I cracked a rib. Oh, really? Is that on video, Marty? When you wiped out? That is kind of amazing to me that you can actually hit elevation where you're hitting snow in Southern California. That's kind of awesome. Earth says it takes a while to bounce back from a bruised or cracked rib. Yeah, I have heard that as well. That is not a fun injury. Spartacus says, bad part about snow and ice, when you go down, it's way faster, no reaction time. Yeah, makes sense. I've never tried to ride an EUC in the snow. I've never had an EUC in the snow. 3 White Claws in. Earth says Rudolph appears to have some swag. Yes, he does. Yeah, that was good, right? So nobody thought the Tesla video was cool? That was cool, man. Come on. That was cool. I'm curious how they did that. The Model X has a built-in light show mode where it does all kinds of funny stuff and opens up its gold wing doors and does a light show. But the other cars, they obviously did some custom programming to get those working. Marty, I haven't heard. Marty, if you're still here, let's see. Maybe you are. I haven't heard any feedback from you about the EX2 or the lithium iron phosphate batteries, which it sounds like Gotway introduced like it was the bee's knees, and now they've already backed away from it. Like, okay, well, maybe that was really dumb, and it sounds like maybe they're not going to be actually using those batteries in their wheels like supposedly they were going to. But I'm curious what you thought about the EX2. What we got here? I don't know, guys. Should I put out milk and cookies for Santa? I don't know. Maybe I should. No. Furquan. Wow. I'm multitasking. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, see, this isn't good because I'm kind of dehydrated. I'm kind of dehydrated, so these White Claws are going down pretty quickly. And you can tell I'm dehydrated because I haven't had to go to the bathroom yet. So it could be bad. So Marty did not record the fall, so I guess it never happened. That's true. If the video isn't running, it didn't happen. Although that's odd for you because it seems like you almost always have your video camera running. Oh, you're running already? Oh, wow. It's crazy. I have to admit, I am looking forward to my bed and watching one of the various baking shows that I watch. Oops, did I say that out loud? Sorry. It's so strange that I enjoy watching baking shows on the Food Network. I really like watching holiday baking shows on Food Network. And I don't know why, because I'm not a baker. I mean, the only thing that I make is that chocolate cake. I don't bake anything else, really. Or I'll bake, break apart Nestle Toll House cookies. but I don't bake. But I love watching baking shows. It's so strange, man. Just like I love, like on YouTube, I love watching arm wrestling. It's so crazy. And I think last time I arm wrestled, I was 20, probably 20 years old, I think. Is the last time I arm wrestled. But I love watching arm wrestling. I love watching arm wrestlers. I find it fascinating. And I think it's strange that I find myself watching things that I don't actually do myself. I don't know. I'm strange. What can I say? What can I say, guys? I'm strange. Dan says, White Claws are the drink of choice for the Boston one-wheelers group. Really? I haven't had White Claw in a while. But when I was at Sam's Club, they had a 12-pack of White Claw. And these are the black cherry, which are okay. They're not fantastic, but they're okay. So I got a 12-pack. And this is the end result. Marty says those new Gotway batteries are dead on arrival. Yeah, it seems that way, right? I'm going to try and get a 3600 watt EX2 super long range wheel with suspension. What's not to love? Well, Marty, what about the Sherman Max? Why wouldn't you get that? Because that's supposed to have a 3600 watt hour battery. You love your Sherman. Well, you have two Shermans. You love them so much, you have two of them. Why not get a Sherman Max? That's the question over an EX2. Although the EX2 has suspension, so that might be nice for you. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what you think about the Sherman Max. If you were on the live stream, I could ask you real time. Just saying. Michael, the Great British Baking Show is my favorite. Yeah, I like that one too. I think I'm recording the Holiday Cookie Challenge. I like those baking shows where they make these big extravagant things out of like Rice Krispie treats and cake, and I don't know. Maybe it's because these people have like levels of patience and creativity that I don't have, and I just admire that. I don't know. And with arm wrestling, I don't know. I just like there's a core group of guys that I just like them in arm wrestlers, like Devin Lorette. I've known of Devin Lorette forever. Monster Michael Todd, I like him a lot. I don't know. I find arm wrestling very, very interesting. Mike Young, Baker's going to bake. Yes. Yeah. If I revealed my all my TV watching habits, you guys would be very confused, probably. Wilson says, I think many of us are strange. Don't be normal. It's boring. I agree. And yeah, there are definitely strange things about me for sure. Dan says, tangerine is the best flavor of White Claw. It's only available in a variety pack. Yeah, this is the first time I had a 12-pack of all the same flavor. Prior to this, I've had variety packs. So I've probably had tangerine. I don't really remember what it tastes like, but I probably have had it. E. Simon, YouTube always suggests arm wrestling videos for me. I have no idea why. I can tell you why. Because they're awesome. They're awesome. But let me see some of the YouTube things that I've been I found myself attracted to. Arm wrestling videos. I'm talking about just odd things. I've watched Karen videos, a lot of Karen videos. Those of you that don't know what a Karen is, that's usually, I think the definition is like an entitled woman that just freaks out and stuff. I find those very funny for some reason. Let's see what else. There's a channel called what's it called? I don't know. I'm getting a little fuzzy. I watch Rich Rebuilds. He originally was a guy that restored Teslas, but now he does all kinds of stuff. I love his channel. I watch his stuff pretty religiously. I don't know. I don't want to tell you everything I watch, but some weird stuff you wouldn't expect. So Marty, about the Sherman Max, no suspension. I already have a Commander, Sherman Max. So I already have a Commander. So is the Commander yours? Is now so much for sending it to anybody else? It is now Marty's Commander. Is that the deal? If I didn't know that, but if that's the case, congrats. But Marty, weren't you impressed by the Sherman Max climbing the hill like that? Didn't that impress you? I mean, I thought it was impressive. More of a rider, and I was more impressed with the rider. What do you guys think about the videos that Jack from Electric Dreams posts of them climbing this ridiculously steep hill with evidently like kind of loose gravel that it's so steep that like when they stop, there's a rope going down the middle, so they got to grab onto the rope so they don't fall down the hill. And inevitably, am I saying that right? I don't know. Inevitably, they try to prevent the wheel from sliding down the hill. And it seems every time the freaking wheel slides off and just bounces down the hill. You know, I don't get that. I don't know what that's testing. I mean, okay, I guess it is a test, but risk reward doesn't seem to be aligned there for me. You know, if doing this test means that 90% of the wheels are going to wind up bouncing down the hill, it's probably not a great test. That's just my opinion. Todd, hi Duff, we love your videos. Is the KSS20 going to have 100 volt or not? Zen Lee was saying that it was 85 volts in the pictures. What? I have been told that without a doubt, the S20 is going to be 126 volts. They published it that way, and I think it would be a huge embarrassment for KingSong if it was not. That being said, from my understanding, they are still working out the details of this. I was told that like all of the S20s that you're seeing right now, you know, the test S20s are 100 volt wheels, not 84 volt wheels. But maybe Zen knows something I don't know. But supposedly I heard that they are definitely going to be 126 volts, but that is part of the reason that is taking so freaking long for them to be released. Wilson says the stuff I'm drinking is very tasty. All right. I'm 2.5 in right now. Mike Young, I'd like to speak to the manager. Are referring to Karen videos? Yeah, but it's that scenario and a million others. I mean, I find it really funny, and it's not just women. I mean, there's men featured in these videos as well. I find it very, very funny. Skeptic 77, do you drink Duff beer? No, I don't. But I get the joke. If I drink beer, normally it's Miller Lite. I do have 3 Miller Lights in the fridge, but I decided to just go straight White Claw tonight. It seemed more Christmassy for some reason. Marty says you've probably seen this young guy who seems to be able to instantly beat all of those huge guys in arm wrestling. I think he's Russian. Oh, are you talking about Schoolboy? Yeah, Schoolboy. He's one of the arm wrestlers. He's a young kid, but he's a big kid. He's tall and he's probably 250 pounds, but he looks kind of young in the face, and he's very strong, but he doesn't look like overly muscular. You know, like you don't see a lot of muscle definition on him, but he's very strong. And in arm wrestling, So much of arm wrestling, it's way more technical than you would think. So much of it has to do with angles. It has to do with your hand position, wrist strength, pronation, side pressure, dragging. I mean, you're using your back to drag someone towards you. It's crazy technical. It really is. But yeah, Schoolboy is one of the up and comers. He's done very well for his age. He's very young. I'm trying to think of some other big names. I mean, Todd Hutchings. The biggest arm wrestler is named Levon. I can't say his last name, but he's from Georgia, the Georgian province in Russia, I guess. He's like the biggest guy around right now. He's a monster. And Devin Lorette is supposed to arm wrestle him in June, I believe. That's going to be crazy. Devin, and there is no PED, no performance enhancing drug regulation in arm wrestling, and as a result, these guys take stuff definitely. Like if you saw Devin now, if you see Devin now versus Devin 15 years ago, he's definitely on HGH, on growth hormone, because his head is bigger. Like those of you that don't know, if you take HGH, it makes weird things happen. Like your skull actually gets bigger, your wrists and your ankles get bigger, and your hand obviously gets bigger. All these things help you in arm wrestling, but there can be some negative side effects. You just ask Rich Piana. Those of you that know who Rich Piana is. Another thing that I watch sometimes is slap fighting. Have you guys ever seen slap fighting? That's that's kind of crazy too. Basically, there's two guys. There's two guys, and there's a barrel in between them, like a big metal barrel, and they take turns slapping each other. So basically, if you are the one getting slapped, you're supposed to. There's like a league for this. It's called like Slap Fight Championship or something. If you're the one getting slapped, you're supposed to stand there and you have like a towel and you hold you hold the towel behind your back, and you have to sit there and you have to be kind of still. You can't flinch. You're not supposed to move because that's a foul if you do that. And the other guy, they call it out. They go 1, 2, 3, and they smack the shit out of the other guy. And the goal is to, win either by judge's decision or by knocking the guy out. And that's kind of crazy, man. If you want to see something crazy, just go to YouTube and type in slap fighting. It's crazy. I like arm wrestling more, but slap fighting is kind of funny. Simon is drinking a mango ice cream IPA. What? That sounds kind of crazy. It sounds awful, but it's really delicious. All right, I'll take your word for it, Simon. Marty says the high torque Commander is amazing. Well, that's what you have, right? You have the high torque, not the high speed. Much more powerful than the Sherman, so no need to get a Sherman Max. So, because I know that you've had repeated issues with overheating with the Commander. I guess that's not a big negative to you. It seems good. With the kind of mountain riding that you do, I would think that would be more of a negative for you. Mike Young, why do you need to climb a 60-degree hill exactly? And I have a similar feeling to these guys that they get on a wheel and they grab onto something and then they snap it back and forth, snap it. And there's been multiple situations when by doing that, they blow the MOSFETs, they blow the board by doing that. And they're like, oh yeah, look, this wheel sucks. It doesn't hold up to me snapping it back and forth. It's not a realistic test. That isn't something that happens in real life. Why would you do that? Much like climbing a 60-degree hill. I think it makes for a good visual. Maybe it's entertaining, but as far as real world applications, I don't think it's valuable. Really, I think it's valuable for views and little else. Oh, Simon. Okay, Simon knows about Schoolboy. All right, man. Yep. Yeah, I like Schoolboy. And his brother's name, Schoolboy's brother's name is Alex, and he's a Alex Top Roll is his YouTube name. He's a very good arm wrestler as well. But I think Schoolboy is actually bigger than Alex. Seems that way. Marty says, come to California. A bunch of love climbing challenging hills. Yeah. Someday, Marty, I'm going to get out there. Maybe next year. I think the skies will be clearing that maybe I can do it next year. I don't know. Well, that it is a goal for sure. Joe used to watch Loving World's Tough Man competitions. You mean World's Strongest Man? Yeah, I watch all those too. Well, not all of them, but I love them. Like Brian Shaw. Trying to think of some of the other. Thor, Half Thor, Bjornsson. I watch a lot of those. Yeah, those guys are crazy too. It's amazing. Even though Thor was like, he set the world record in deadlift, and I think he owns the record in a lot of powerlifting stuff. But he deadlifted over 1,000 pounds. But now he's been into boxing for some reason. He decided he wanted to become a boxer, so he's lost like 100 pounds of body weight to become a boxer. So now he's like all shredded, and he's supposed to fight Eddie Hall, who is another powerlifter turned boxer, sometime in 2022, I believe. Scout's honor. Rich Piana was all natural and vegan. Yeah. Rich Piana, he injected himself with so much shit. And I think he also used synthol, I believe. Synthol is like some sort of fluid that crazy people inject into their muscles to just give them additional volume. It's crazy. There's some guy, again, a Russian, that looks like Popeye. Well, Popeye, if the forearms were biceps, he injected so much shit into his arms. It looks like his arms are his legs. It looks ridiculous. And I think he had all sorts of like infections and medical problems due to it. But yeah. And from what I understand, Rich also did that. Rich died, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I'm not quite sure. Radical Hayabusa, I heard you separated recently. What happened? Well, obviously I can't. I can't, or I could, but I'm not going to go into details. But yeah, Cindy and I split beginning of September. So it's been 3 months, 4 months? I don't know. Well, no, actually more than that. Probably September, October, November, December. Yeah, 4 months. But we actually decided to do it in August. The decision was made in August. She moved out in September. So my hope for both of us is we wind up being happier in the long run. That's what you want for one another, or you're supposed to want that. Michael is familiar with slapping competitions. Good. They're hilarious and amazing. Have you ever seen Wolverine? A lot of the guys that are big slappers, they have beards. They have bushy beards. And I imagine that kind of helps because, I mean, sometimes if you have a slap fight that goes on for a long time, I mean, these guys, their faces are swollen like crazy. I mean, they look like Elephant Man. It can't be good for you long term. I'm sure they are giving themselves concussions because, I mean, sometimes there's knockouts. I mean, there's like one slap knockouts. It's ridiculous. Again, not for me. Much like arm wrestling, I'm not into slapping, but it is quite funny to watch. It really is. I wonder how much money those guys make. Johnny Zapp, any FCC leaks on the V3 Inmotion? That's a good point. I have a feeling, though, however that happened last time with the V12, because I know there was a lot of blowback about those early leaks. I have a feeling that probably will not happen with the V13. Oh, excuse me. or whatever it's called, because that social media post that they made was asking for names, potential names for the new wheel. So maybe they won't call it the V13. I don't know. Bare knuckle boxing is fun to watch. Well, I used to watch, when UFC first started, I found that fascinating. That was kind of illegal in a lot of places. Now they've mainstreamed it. But I thought it was amazing when Hoist Gracie used to, who was a jiu-jitsu guy, a young guy, or not young, a smaller guy. Like there wasn't weight classes back then. Like you'd have guys fighting guys that were 100 pounds heavier than them. And Hoist Gracie was amazing. He'd go in against these big monsters, it looked like they could smash him. And in a minute or two, he'd have them down on the ground, and he would submit them. He would get them on the ground, and using his jujitsu, he would apply unnatural pressure to their joints that creates lots of pain, and he would be submitting people left and right. I thought that was amazing back then. Crazy. Simon is also familiar with slap fighting. Good, Simon. So you and I have similar interests. Mike Young, penduluming is bad. Yeah, well, we're talking about the back and forth thing, but like what penduluming is bad. But imagine, doing that quick, snapping the shit out of it. Just trying to overload those MOSFETs. I think it's asinine. And a lot of the New York City guys, I think it's like a badge of honor. Hey, look, I overloaded the wheel. I blew the system board. Yeah. It's dumb. It really is. Mike Young wanted to ride to the top of Mount Whiteface in the Adirondacks. I'm not familiar with Mount Whiteface. I have to wait until the highway reopens. Sounds like fun. Obviously, I've never done any mountain riding on my EUCs. Ooh, ouch. Radical Hayabusa. I've been in a divorce since January 2019 and still going. Really? Wow. So I assume that there's a lot of, it's a contested divorce. Are there kids involved, or is it over finances or whatever? I mean, I've heard nightmare divorce. I mean, my brother went through a nightmare divorce with his first wife. Nightmare. So luckily, both of my divorces were pretty cut and dry. Although it took a while till it took longer than I initially expected to get divorced from my second wife, but it worked out. And I'm still friends with her. And that's my preference. I would prefer to be on friendly terms with someone than unfriendly terms. But Hayabusa, that sounds shitty, man. That's got to be stressful. That really does. To have that hanging over your head for 2 years. Oh, man. Michael agrees that the beard is totally an advantage. Yeah, because I've seen people without beards. I mean, they start to bleed. And I guess it gives some degree of padding as well, right? Simon says Gracie changed the game. Now groundwork is key. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, there are dominant strikers, in MMA, but you really have to be well-rounded. Like if you are just a striker, you are in trouble. You kind of need to know how to do everything. And I like the UFC, but it's it's way different than it was. Like I said, not having weight classes and having those apparent mismatches. David versus Goliath, and have David winning. that was really something unique and super cool to me. Like it was like hard. Like I think back then, like you had to like you couldn't. It wouldn't be shown on TV, or maybe it was only pay-per-view. Because like I remember renting at Blockbuster some of the early UFC fights because it was that hard to get. Michael says UFC was more interesting when there was more stand-up fighting. Everyone does BJJ now. It's boring if you aren't supposed to BJJ. Yeah, and I don't watch UFC like I used to. Like I used to watch a lot of it, and now I don't. I'm not even sure when it's on. I don't watch it that much. And I do agree the striking is more entertaining. So just rolling around isn't that great. So Joe says his weird YouTube obsession is anything with UFOs, aliens, or conspiracies. Yeah, I like that too. I'm very much into UFOs. My personal opinion is with the infinite size of the universe, the odds of there not being other intelligent life out there is slim to none. There has to be. Has to be. So, yeah, I find that very interesting. Harold says contested divorces can last a long time. You're a divorce lawyer? Oh, shit. Well, maybe you want to help out Hayabusa there. You just wouldn't believe some of the things we see. Yeah, I'm sure. You know, like in my second marriage, it was, you know, like we had when we split, we had a verbal agreement about things and about the house and stuff. And when we split, it was when the housing market was quite depressed down here. Like the housing market went off a cliff in Southwest Florida, and a lot of places, but it really went off the cliff in Southwest Florida. And then over time, it started to rebound a little bit. So then there was a little bit of contention between me and my ex-wife as far as real estate value and stuff. I mean, we worked it out, but I've heard just shit show horror stories about some divorces when each party digs in and the only person that wins, or the only people that win in those situations, are the lawyers, because they spend tens of thousands of dollars on legal fees. Brett, Street Beefs is a good channel for YouTube for MMA. Yeah, believe it or not, Brett, I'm very familiar with Street Beefs as well. I've watched probably hundreds of Street Beef videos as well. They fight outdoors in like these rudimentary rings, and they have like a dirt or grass is the floor. I find Street Beefs pretty funny too. Street Beefs has straight up boxing, like boxing only, or MMA fighting. And it's funny, like they publish, like every event they have. I don't know, I don't know how many matches are in a Street Beefs event, but they have tons and tons and tons of videos. So Hayabusa says, no kids, but very contested, and COVID didn't help. Well, yeah, I'm sure. I guess that slows everything down. I apologize for yawning. Oh, man. But I'm sorry to hear that, dude, because that has to be stressful. I mean, just anything in relationship, at least for me. I mean, I like to keep things steady. I like to keep the peace. I like smooth sailing, and having that hanging over your head is not emotionally healthy. At least I wouldn't think it would be, based on my personal experience. Simon says early UFC was great. No gloves or rules. Yep. Yeah, I remember Gracie would use his gi to his advantage for sure. He would use that for leverage. He would use that to choke people out. Can't do that anymore, obviously. Sumo guys versus kickboxers. Yeah, some of those sumo guys. It's funny. And plus the guys that were just strikers, they were just violent strikers, and they would come out and they would just like blow their load in like a minute, and then they're gassed, and then they're basically defenseless, and these guys would just they would take them down when they couldn't breathe anymore. It was very interesting. It really was. Hayabusa rides in Maryland. You have to get out there to ride the trails. I can't say that I've spent any appreciable time in Maryland, even when I lived in Pennsylvania. Michael says, I think you have to be able to identify the type of groundwork hold in UFC to enjoy it. So it's become very much like metal music. It's most entertaining for people who participate, not so much for us. Yeah. Well, I can tell you that I don't enjoy metal music. So, but yeah, UFC, I don't know. It doesn't have as much appeal as it used to. So Harold is not only a divorce lawyer, you've been through a tough one yourself. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Relationships are not easy, are they? They definitely are not. Harold is very intrigued with the recent releases on UAP, UFO intel. Yeah, like I thought. I mean, if you guys have seen the footage that was released by the Navy, if you've seen some of those UFOs that the Navy captured, obviously it's not faked. Because surely people fake UFO videos. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of them. That Navy footage was not faked. They would not release it. That was official government footage, and I'm actually kind of surprised that they would release it, because that stuff is not like anything that that can be explained, in my opinion. And I have to tell you, like I remember when I was in Pennsylvania, and I once saw a formation of lights. I was driving home from work late, and there was a formation of lights. It was 4 or 5, perfectly synchronized, and it did not look like anything that I have ever seen before. Never heard an explanation for what it was, but I don't know, guys. Like I said, I think it's literally impossible that there's not something else out there. Impossible. Joe remembers Kimbo Slice street fight before he got into the octagon. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I saw Kimbo prior to him going into UFC. He was pretty bad in the UFC, and he died. Right? Kimbo died. Correct? I'm 99% sure Kimbo died. I don't remember how long ago, but I remember that he died. But yeah, he was like a street fighting legend, but in the UFC, he struggled. Harold saw the Navy UAP footage. Yep. I mean, how can you see that and think that it's normal? It is not normal. Oh, Hayabusa was being funny. Marty Land. I assumed that you just made a typo. I got it. I got you, dude. Dan says the UFO footage was released from the Navy was explained and debunked by a man named Phil Mason, who posts on YouTube under the name Thunderfoot. It's a very good detailed explanation. Oh, yeah? Can you give us a Cliff Notes version of what the debunk was? Sure didn't look like anything that I've ever seen. Skeptic says the Navy triangle UFOs have been debunked as a camera lens issue. Yeah, really? I don't get that at all from watching that. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I would have to see it, but that did not look like camera lens stuff to me. That looked like an object for sure. Joe says, I've watched all those UFO videos. I think that is our technology given to us by higher intelligence. Well, that's quite possible as well. I have no doubt that there's thousands of things that we are not aware of that are intentionally hidden from the public. Plus, I believe they've always been here since the beginning of mankind. Yeah, I tend to agree. Simon says UFOs are real. Who knows what they are, but they definitely exist. I agree with that as well. Brett says, sometimes I feel this push for the vaccines to kill us all off for a new species to run the planet. Well, I don't know about that, but there are definitely some dark things associated with the vaccine situation, for sure. Dan says one of the videos, a seemingly fast-moving object was actually a bird in flight, but the motion of the jet and parallax made it look like the bird was moving extremely fast. Okay. I have heard of the parallax effect. But I mean, but if that was the case, I mean, the Navy has smart people in it, right? Why would they release it and not have an explanation, right? Navy has some smart people. Harold says we're tracked by radar and FLIR. What's FLIR? I should know that, but I don't. Spartacus says no, they are tracking it on radar, not just on camera. Yeah, see, I thought that's what I thought that they, you know, the speeds that they tracked on radar were ridiculous. I don't know, guys. You know, there's an element that wants you to think that it's not a real thing. You know, for various reasons. But just imagine how the world would change if intelligent life was confirmed on Earth from somewhere else. Can you imagine how the world would change? You know, all religion gets thrown out the window. You know, I mean, it would be life altering for the vast majority of the planet. So there's definitely efforts to not make that happen for various reasons. Yeah, but yeah, we don't need to go too crazy about that. But yeah, there are weird things going on. Skeptic, the Catholic Church has some smart people in it. Yes. And the Catholic Church has a lot of money too, right? Harold said it was forward-looking infrared. Okay. Okay, so FLIR is night vision and infrared. Gotcha. NYC EUC, in my opinion, they are going to do false flag and say there is an alien invasion. Wow, man. We're getting deep here. We're getting really deep. I don't want to get too deep, but let me just say that false flag is a very common scenario, and it's been used repeatedly throughout history, and it's been used repeatedly throughout history because it's effective, very effective. So yeah. It makes it, I mean, it's good to be skeptical because you never really know what's going on. Is that a profound statement? I don't know. Dan says, look up videos that Thunderfoot did on UFO footage. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I'm not closed-minded one way or the other. Simon says, my father, who was a highly logical German engineer, saw a UFO close up in the Australian desert. He didn't tell any of his friends because he was embarrassed he'd be ridiculed. Really? I have a guy that a friend of mine that's lives in New York. When I was up in New York for Christmas, like I talked about earlier, and he told me of an experience that he had where he swears to God that he saw a UFO on the ground. I don't remember how many years ago it was at this point, but he swears that he saw something. And he's not the kind of guy that would lie about that sort of thing. So who knows, man? I'm very much a show me guy. Don't tell me things exist. Show me. So, if I don't see it myself or see definitive proof of something, I'm not going to necessarily accept your word for things. So that's why I like that. I just wish aliens would pop onto ABC one day and just say, "Hey, we're here." Okay, life's different now. NYC EUC false flag Pearl Harbor. I haven't heard that theory. You're saying that Pearl Harbor was a false flag? It wasn't. It wasn't done by the Japanese. I have not heard that theory. I've heard tons. There's oh my god. There's so many conspiracy theories. Some of them are based on some disturbing evidence, though. Hayabusa, Radical Hayabusa. White Claws are pretty good. I got hooked on them when I went on my PEV tour last summer across 6 states in van and tent camping. I wouldn't say I'm hooked on them. I mean, they're okay. The taste is kind of subdued. That's the way I would describe it. But in a way that's good. It's not like super sugary, like some seltzers are like overly sugary. I don't really like that. Like I had some of the Smirnoff. I don't know if they were seltzers, whatever they were. The Smirnoff Red, White, and Blues. They were too sugary. Yeah. Oh, so now Dan sent me some emails. Okay. I'll watch those offline, Dan. I'll check out Thunderfoot's video. Wilson says, I can't wait to see what the 2020s will reveal tech-wise. I'd like to see us go to Mars or at least the moon sometime in our lifetime. Yeah, man. Well, supposedly they're going to the moon. Is it next year or 2023? Supposedly NASA is going back to the moon. And actually, I think SpaceX won the contract to do that. Yeah, I'm into all that stuff. Like the SpaceX Starship. I've watched every one of those launches. I find it fascinating. For a while there, they were like launching one like every month or two. That has stopped because now they're planning to do an orbital launch where they actually go up high enough to get into orbit. Up until now, they've only been like 10 kilometer high launches where they would go up, cut the engine, come down in free fall. They would control the Starship with the fins. And then as it approaches the ground, the rockets fire up again. It rotates and lands. Now they've only landed totally clean once, I believe, right? They've had some blow ups on landing. They had one where it landed hard and then it blew up later, like a minute or so later. I find this stuff fascinating. I've always been very into it. I think it's great that NASA is going back to the moon. I think it'd be awesome if we go to Mars. I'm just hoping that I get to see it. Supposedly I will, based on current timelines. But I find space exploration amazing. I really do. I just lost my spot. Okay, NYC. It was, but we knew and allowed it to happen to start a conflict. Oh, okay. Talking about Pearl Harbor. Well, again, I don't want to go in off the deep end with conspiracies, but there's lots of evidence that is also true with 9/11 as well. If you dig into that, it gets pretty scary. Pretty damn scary. Shield 400 Joe says the lies are too deep for them to reveal the truth. There would be worldwide chaos. I agree with that 100%. There's a reason that stuff is kept secret. All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom. It's good. That means I'm not terribly dehydrated. I'll be back real quick. Elsa, talk to everybody, Elsa. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I come bearing gifts. Spicy pretzels. There's a woman I work with that always makes these spicy pretzels for Christmas. They're like garlic and something. I don't know what the heat comes from, but they're good. But unfortunately, once I open them, it's very hard to stop eating them. But I'm going to eat some anyways because it's Christmas Eve. This is my Christmas Eve celebration. All right. This will go good with White Claw. All right. Wilson says robotics and AI is definitely amping up. Oh, yeah. Amazing. Like Boston Dynamics, the stuff they do with robotics is amazing. Have you seen like the robots doing like parkour styles moves? It's crazy. Just imagine 10 years from now. It's crazy. Brett says the moon is more interesting than meets the eye. Lots of strange info if you look into it. I have heard moon landing conspiracy theories. I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. My grandfather worked for Grumman and helped build moon landers. So did you get any inside information? There's a conspiracy that we didn't actually land on the moon. That was actually shot in a movie studio. That back then we were so desperate to show our dominance over Russia that we had to we like landing on the moon was a way to show our dominance, and there's a theory that that was faked. I've looked into some of it, not in depth. Spartacus, a new telescope NASA is getting ready to launch is going to be amazing. Yeah, I saw a little bit about it. I mean, Hubble is amazing, and this is supposed to be way better than Hubble. So, no, I'm pumped about that. Mike says the James Webb Telescope. Okay, I do remember that name, the James Webb Telescope. Oh, so they launch it tomorrow? Really? That's cool. Yeah, it's supposed to be cool. I'm not even sure. Is Hubble still working? I know it has some issues. Space is amazing, man. I remember from being a very little kid, I just thought it was amazing. I thought it was crazy that when you're looking up at the stars, that the light that you're seeing actually happened, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years ago. The light is that far away. It's just when you try to wrap your head around the distance and the size of space, it's crazy. It really is. Simon says NASA will get to the moon and we'll find the Chinese already living there. Don't screw with the Chinese. Chair stream, yeah. Talk to the chair. Simon says, while I was in the bathroom, Elsa did a rundown of her top 5 dog treats. She's sleeping down here. I'll tell you, like since Cindy and I split up, if I did not have Elsa here with me, I might have gone crazy. I mean, Elsa, I don't have any children. Elsa is the closest thing to a child that I've ever had. I mean, her bond with me is unlike any that I've had with any other animal in my life. And I've had, I've had dogs, like with my ex-wife. We had 2 dogs. Sadie's still around, and I still have Sadie here periodically. But I've never had a relationship with an animal like I do with Elsa. So I'm very happy that she's here. Mike Young says, O.J. Simpson. Man, these things are hot. They're hot, but they're good. What about an O.J. Simpson movie? That's not really a conspiracy. So Joe does not think that the moon landing was real. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I definitely do not rule it out that the government would be capable of doing something like that. I definitely do not rule that out. Brett says AI is going to make us all jobless. Well, it's already happening to a degree. Automation, robotics, AI. It is going to make a lot of job functions obsolete. You need to retrain. Wilson says, wait till Samsung releases their AI companion software. Realistic faces and motion when interacting. It's funny, we actually, at my job, we're actually contracting someone to create an AI bot for our website that basically is supposed to intelligently answer questions for the public. Now, the way that it does it is basically when it responds to a customer, we see all the questions and all the responses. And based on what the AI bot responds, we grade that response. And if it's good, we give it a good rating. If it's not, we give it a bad rating and give them alternatives. And based on that information, it learns over time and hopefully becomes something that is quite adept at answering questions that come in on the website. And that's a very minor example, but that is that technology is only going to grow and grow rapidly over time. Wilson says, imagine that on your wheel talking to you like a Starship computer. It's coming. I'm trying to remember. Bill H says, Capricorn won a great movie for conspiracy theory of moon landing. Why do I think I saw that? I thought I did. Maybe not. I don't know. If I didn't, I would probably find it interesting. Michael says, anyone else notice how good facial identification has gotten in the last couple of years? Scary the way Google sorts my kids' photos by itself. Skynet does not sound too far away. Yes, that's true. It is a little bit scary, and it is getting very good. Man, you guys are giving me all kinds of information here tonight. This is great, man. This is like my Christmas gift. Earth Painter. Yeah, the rocket launches that everyone witnessed were just staged. And then all the live footage came from the studio. Seems legit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Simon says, riding on the back of the Boston Dynamics jumping robot would be really fun. Yeah, sure. Sure. Marty. Yeah, I was curious if Marty was still here. You guys are on drugs. I spent my whole life working in the aerospace industry and personally know people who worked on Apollo. So, Marty, without a doubt, the moon landing was not staged. Is that what you're saying? Brett says you went to the moon 13 times. Yeah, we're supposed to. I think someone said that now, like there's I don't understand why it's a recent thing, but I thought recently, like they were able to actually take pictures of the abandoned equipment on the moon. Now, I don't remember if I ever saw those pictures, but I thought I remember hearing about that. That they were actually able to get images of the abandoned equipment on the moon, thus giving proof that we were on the moon. So Simon says we absolutely went to the moon. Okay, good. Joe says Zuckerberg is a fascinating piece of AI. Did you see the long video when they did the announcement that Facebook was now going to be Meta? Mark Zuckerberg looked scary. I mean, he looked like AI. He looked like a robot. I mean, that dude is scary, man. And there's no doubt that Facebook itself is scary. When I was in Texas, my brother-in-law drove me by one of Facebook's smaller data centers near Dallas. This thing is almost a mile long. It was ridiculous. It was massive. To think that our data has fueled this. I mean, it was insane how large this facility was, and it was a smaller Facebook data center. It was eye-opening. Let me put it that way. It was crazy shit. Spartacus agrees that no doubt we went to the moon. People will always try to sell conspiracy. I agree. Conspiracy does sell, for sure. Wilson was happy that William Shatner went on that rocket. Yeah, sure. That guy is so old. He's gonna outlive everybody but George Takei, probably. Spartacus says all the shit is still up in the moon, including the flag they planted. All right. Yeah, I mean, if you see that if we can see it, there's stuff on the surface of the moon, that would kind of end the conspiracy, right? Michael says the only thing that makes a moon landing questionable was the lack of dead bodies. Oh, here, let me show you something quick. This just popped up on my my background. One of my backgrounds is a 360 panorama from the Mars rover. That is the surface of Mars. That definitely does not appear to be faked. And I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that one rover has been... Is this still alive? I don't even remember which one it is, but that one rover that's been there for like fucking 10 years or something like that. It's crazy. It was only designed to be alive for, a year maybe, not even that, and it was still rolling around. Crazy. And I think and the fact that we have human technology on Mars is fascinating to me. I love it. Like I said, I hope I live long enough to see, like a human being actually on Mars. That'd be crazy. I'm sorry I'm eating these pretzels, but So, Michael, I didn't finish reading your comment. The only thing that makes the moon landing questionable was the lack of dead bodies. Every other discovery in history was paid for in blood. How did the moon landing work right the first time? Does seem crazy, doesn't it? NASA is pretty smart. Simon agrees that Zuckerborg is a scary creature. In the meta video, he moved like a badly programmed cyborg going through some beta testing. Yeah, it was really disturbing. Definitely was disturbing. Earth says, referring to Michael's comment about no dead bodies, it didn't. There were quite a few victims of the space program, from the test vehicles to the major fire in the capsule on the test run. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That was part of the Apollo 13 movie. Some of the old test vehicle videos of lunar land tech on Earth is pretty wild. Huh. In general, when you see them testing stuff for the moon or for Mars on Earth, it's crazy. I mean, science is amazing. It really is. Right, Marty? If you're still here? Probably not. I'm going to wind up eating all these pretzels. All right. Check this. Yeah, I'm not sure how we got spun off into all these tangents. Probably this has something to do with it, but it's interesting, right? I don't know. The world is interesting. So Bill H says, first men in the moon. Jules Verne British were there first, right? That's a reference that goes over my head. All right, so what else have we not talked about? I've been winging it here for 2.5 hours. I'm 3.5 White Claws in. I'm looking at my Christmas tree. I have presents there. I have presents for DJ. I have presents for Katie. I have presents for Daniel, and I have presents for Cindy. Yeah, I do. We'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Oh my God, that's hot. Oh, I got an extra hot one. Hey, Busa says the rain stopped here, so Marty probably left to go for a late night ride. Oh, so you're in California too? Cool. No, he said he had Christmas Eve festivities, whatever that means. Marty must have the most supportive, understanding wife. I'll tell you. She seems to be good with whatever he wants to do. Lucky him. Oh, Marty's here. Good. So, Marty, what are these Christmas activities? Because you're still here. Larry Zarkov said he was going to come in. He hasn't been here. That's unfortunate. I talked to Larry quite a bit, actually. I mean, I email him quite a bit, chat to him quite a bit. Jules Verne was French. Okay. Continue to explain. And Marty, you didn't say definitively, like you can say 100% that all the moon stuff was real. Because I trust you, because you would know. I would think, right? Bill H., Merry Christmas to all. There's 1 hour on the East Coast until Christmas. Wow, it's exciting. It's funny, like as a kid, obviously, Christmas was Christmas. I had a hard time falling asleep, and I would usually like wake up at like 4:30 or 5 a.m. and I'd be like bugging my parents. Can we go downstairs? Can you go downstairs? And even as an adult, for a good portion, I would say in the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years, it's waned. But even for the majority of my adult life, I would wake up really early and want to start doing the opening of presents at 6:30 in the morning, something stupid like that. Nowadays, no. Like tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's totally different from anything I've ever experienced before. But tomorrow, I'll probably go outside and I'll do the chickens. I'll clean the chicken coop, give the chickens their Christmas treats, feed Elsa, eat breakfast maybe. Well, I don't even know what I'm going to do with presents. And because I have behind me, you see the big red stocking. I have my presents either in the stocking or in front of it. I'm not sure if I'm going to open them by myself or if I'm going to wait until Katie and DJ are here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm writing a new playbook this year. Joe, have you talked to Mickey since the New York incident? Seems like you guys were good friends. Just curious. Not a lot of direct conversation. There's some backstory to that I don't want to talk about on the live stream, but the short answer is no. No. So Marty says, I'm baking. So I'm listening with the phone in my pocket. You're baking in that retro kitchen of yours? Have you guys ever seen Marty's kitchen? He has like all these like appliances that look like they're from the 50s or 60s. It's crazy. It's cool. It's really cool. So yeah. What are you baking, Marty? Earlier I was speaking, I guess you were here probably, speaking about my affinity for watching baking shows. So I would probably like watching you bake, Marty. I'd probably find that entertaining. Radical Hayabusa, I'm going to a potluck Christmas dinner tomorrow. My potluck is the absolute. Well, that's pretty easy. Good, man. I heard that Christmas is one of the biggest drinking holidays of the year. Bill H. commenting on his favorite sci-fi authors of his childhood. Wilson asked Marty, when are you making a wheel? You have the skills. You have my support. I think in this case, I can answer for Marty. I don't think Marty's going to be making a wheel. Just a guess. The kitchen of tomorrow, yeah. Marty is a man of many skills. He's a baker. He's a high-level woodworker, an engineer, EUC aficionado. And what else? What else, Marty? Joe wants Tesla to make a wheel. I don't think they're going to, but I think did I talk about this in the last live stream? I think I did. Tesla released a Cyberquad. Those of you that saw the Cybertruck presentation towards the end of it, they actually brought an electric Cyberquad and drove it into the bed of the Cybertruck. They actually released, or they're selling a Cyberquad. Electric. It's designed for kids. I think the top speed is it 10 miles an hour? Something like that. They were selling it on their site for $1,900 or $2,000. They're sold out. And people just snap bought them. And now they put them up on eBay because you can't get them anymore. So now they're on eBay for like double or triple the price. So imagine paying $4,000 for an electric cyber quad designed for a kid that goes 10 miles an hour. People are doing it. It's kind of crazy, right? Wow, only 4 pretzels left. Radical Hayabusa bakes a killer blackberry lemon scone. Yeah, a lot of these bakers, they use lemon. They use lemon zest. Lemon zest is when you take a, what's it called? Not a grinder. Oh, shit. Well, whatever. A grater. You take the lemon and you grate the skin on the grater, and that's lemon zest, and they add that to stuff. I'm not a big lemon fan, but I take your word for it that a blackberry lemon scone is good. Earth Painter says Elon got in a motorcycle accident as a young man, so he won't do a motorcycle. Doesn't seem too promising. He'd greenlight EUC. I did not know that about Elon. I think he's enough to keep him busy. I don't think he needs to deal with EUCs. People filling in for my brain fart. Thank you. I have a lot of those. Like earlier tonight, I shouldn't tell myself, but I will. I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking about eWheels, and I'm thinking about Jason from eWheels, and for some reason, the Jason's last name left my brain. I could not remember Jason's last name. There's another Jason I deal with at work, a salesman for a company that we use for our wide area networks, that for some reason I kept thinking of his name, not Jason's last name. Jason's last name is McNeil, by the way. But I totally could not recall that in that moment. And that happens more and more as you get old, just FYI. At least for me. Bill H says one Tesla employee was bored during COVID and made an EUC. What? I did not hear about that. See-through with onboard camera. No, I did not hear about that. Simon says Elon won't make a motorbike because it's too dangerous, but will make a flamethrower. Yeah. Yeah, even those sold out, those flamethrowers. So dumb. Optimus dropped in. Hey, man. Thank you, buddy. Last pretzel. When I drink alcohol, thank God I don't drink very often, because when I drink alcohol, my control with eating evaporates. Like I will just, like if I'm in a situation where I'm drinking and there's like buffet style food, I will just pick and pick and pick and pick. I lose the control. It's crazy. So thankfully there weren't a ton of pretzels and now they're gone, so I should be good. But drinking really knocks down my my ability to control my eating. Imran, is your GT shipping date pushed back? I talked about it earlier. Larry Zarkov told me that his was pushed back. and I assume that means mine is as well. I can do that though. Let me. I'm going to do that real time because I'm a real time kind of guy. I'm going to track my order. So order number in. I'm not showing you guys this because I don't want you to steal my one wheel. No, mine's still, well, I'm trying to remember if it was the 20th at first or not, but my estimated shipping date is January 26th. I can't remember what my original date was. It was end of January, so I think this is actually still pretty consistent. Now, Larry ordered his a couple days after me, I believe, or maybe even a week. So I think my shipping date is still pretty solid, pretty close to what it was originally. Bill H. Brain farts. Yes, I have a lot of them. Yeah, it drives you crazy, man, because it's like you'll have these names or something that you want to remember, and I mean, you're like, how the hell can I not remember this? Like I randomly have issues. I know right now, luckily, but like just forgetting names of people that I absolutely should not forget the name of. Like one of those people is Samuel L. Jackson. Like for some reason, repeatedly, I have issues where I forget Samuel L. Jackson, like the guy that's been in like more movies than anybody in the last 25 years. Samuel L. Jackson, I can forget his freaking name. It's crazy. And annoying. It just, oh God, it's annoying. I hate getting older, man. I hate it. Radical Hayabusa, you mentioned wide area networks. What do you do for work? I'm a network guy myself. I'm the network administrator for a county tax collector down here. I've been doing it for 21 years. Mm-hmm. I've been in IT since 1992. Started off with like an entry level job doing like new system integrations and deliveries and stuff, and then moved into repair of printers and PCs. And then from there, I moved more into the networking side of things. And then when I moved to Florida, I became the main networking guy, network administrator for this office. And then we have like 11 locations, I think. And I'm the senior network administrator, and actually I'm going to be running the department probably in a few months because our department director is going to be retiring, so that will be my new role. That'll be another change in 2022. A change in job title and responsibility. It's exciting, but I'd rather retire. Bill H. says, mine was Roger Moore as James Bond or the Saint. All right. I have to refer back to prior comments. What was yours? I mean, I was a fan of all the James Bond movies with Roger Moore, but I'm not sure what you're referring to, Bill. You have to excuse me. Oh my God. 50 minutes till Christmas. So exciting. Elsa, are you excited? No. She's just sleeping by my feet. She's not excited. Do a lot of you have let your dog sleep with you in bed? Also sleeps with me in bed. Not always, but a lot of times I'll wake up and she's like wedged up against me. I find it reassuring, even though I think some people will tell you that it's not a good thing to let your dog sleep with you in bed. I let Elsa do that. All right, let's close that. Let's see. We're now checking how much solar power I have. Kona coffee grower. Okay, it sounds to me like you're in Hawaii, I guess. The sun just set there? Wow. Brett says, I think Duff's buzzing real good. Yeah. So, well, I mean, I'm almost done with my fourth White Claw, so. I have one more in the cooler next to me. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I'm not sure how long I can hold on here. So one of the things I was looking at earlier was the my solar production. Some people find information about. I have a whole house solar system, 48 panels. It's a 15.4 kilowatt system. Is that right? I think that's right. And this is my production for today. I made almost 78 kilowatt hours today. It's cool. This is connected to Wi-Fi. I can monitor it real time. I got the system. It got installed the very end of 2019, and it was very expensive. It was like $50,000 prior to the federal tax credit. With solar systems, at least in 2019, it was like 30%, whatever the overall cost of the system was, you got a federal tax credit for that amount. So it's basically like cash. That's not. Yeah, it's a big incentive. So my actual cost was less than that, but still a lot of money. And it's in the backyard. It's a ground mount system. And the first year I wasn't all that happy with it because looks about the same. Because I wound up paying for like it's a grid tie system. A grid tie system means that your solar system is tied to the grid. When you're producing power during the day, that power is initially used by the house for whatever the current needs are for the house. Anything in excess gets sent up to the grid. And then what happens is that surplus, at night, ideally, whatever surplus you create during the day is what powers you during the night. And the system was spec'd to hopefully be like a break even, basically that I would make as much power as I used. The first year, it did not work out that way. I paid for 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000 kilowatt hours. So I was a little disappointed in that outcome, especially based on how much that I paid for it. So, but I am glad to report that in 2021, that difference has changed significantly. Right now, it looks like we have a few days to go, like a week to go in 2021. It looks like I will probably have only paid for like an additional 1,500 kilowatt hours this year. So it's a significant decrease from 2020. So now I think that's for a few reasons. What you're looking at here is the curve of the power that I produced today. Like when you see the bars drop off, that means it was probably the sun was behind clouds during that time. But anyways, the reason that my power consumption is less now, there's a couple reasons, I think. First of all, I've discovered that I had a problem with my air conditioning system. There was a leak in it that I was leaking coolant. Let me stop this share. There we go. I was leaking coolant, so it was probably making the AC system run much more than necessary. I think that was part of my problem. Another change was I have not been doing as much 3D printing this year as I have in prior years. I'm not selling as many stands as I used to and other stuff, so I'm not printing as much. That consumes a decent amount of power. And also, Cindy moving out, obviously changes things as well. Now she only moved out in September, but having only one person in the household versus two obviously uses less power. So I think the combination of those things have swung things back pretty dramatically, and I'm getting closer to actually breaking even on my electricity usage. So I don't know why I went into that tangent. Maybe because I'm drinking White Claws, but that's the information. Simon says, "Oh, my dogs have always slept with me in bed," and there you go. Yeah, lots of people do that. Spartacus says, "My dogs always took up too much of the bed, but the cat gets a pass." Yeah, it's funny. Like, I have a king size bed, so it's a good size bed, and most of the time, like I'll take my shower, and Elsa knows that means it's bedtime, and she gets in the bed and she insists on laying on my side of the bed. It's so funny. So I usually what I do is I pull the covers back and I cover her. She likes when I cover her. She likes being covered. And then I will actually just lay at an angle around her to accommodate her in the bed. And then eventually she will actually move and let me like lay conventionally in the bed. But it's just one of the very strange things that we do. Our dynamic is funny. Brett has an energy solar generator. You have a solar generator. Well, that's what I have. I have a Yeti. They call it a solar generator out of my chicken coop. Like if you search solar on my channel, you'll see videos regarding that, which is basically 1,000. It's a 1 kilowatt or 1,000 watt hour battery in there, and I have 2 sets of solar panels going into it to charge it during the day, and then ideally it runs everything else at night off of the battery. So energy, I think I've heard of energy before, I believe. Yeah, it's cool. I don't power everything in the coop. Like I have a floor fan that pulls too much power, but I power probably 85% of what's out in the coop by solar in that solar generator. Harold says, "Are you able to sell excess power back to your local power provider through the grid?" If I made an excess for the year, they only reconcile that once a year. If for that year I made more than I used, then yes, they do give you a credit for that amount. But they give you a credit at a rate lower than what they charge you if you were actually using that electricity. Brett says, "Bright side, you're saving money on energy being signaled." Yes, no, without a doubt, I am, for sure. Without a doubt. Kona coffee grower. Oh, you're a good doggy daddy. Yeah, I mean, if you saw some, I mean, it would be embarrassing if I showed you like some of the stuff that Elsa and I do. Like I a lot of people like when you talk to human beings, you have one voice, and when you talk to animals, you have a totally different voice, and it's usually a much higher voice. Like if I'm talking to Elsa, be like, "Oh, baby, good girl, good girl." I don't know why that is, but that is the way it is, and I don't think it's just for me. But also, Elsa has become accustomed, and I don't know why I started doing this, but I do it. I sing her songs all the time. Like certain activities during the day, they are tied into songs. Like we have a song that I sing that indicates that it's time to go outside for the last time before bed. It's called the potty before bed song, and I have probably a dozen different songs for different scenarios that I sing to her. And I'm not a good singer, but she knows she seems to like them, and she responds to them, so I continue to do them. So it's just more strange behavior. What can I say? Uh, 11:22. Brett says, I wish I knew how to take EUC batteries and expand my capacity for the solar generator. Well, I was going to expand the capacity. Like, I have some stuff that I could expand the capacity of the Yeti. Like the Yeti has a built-in, you can expand the capacity of a Yeti. It's very expensive, but like I was going to rig up something where I buy like 1,000 watt-hour lithium external battery, and I have some connectors that I could actually expand it, sort of. It would be kind of a rig job, and I never went through with it just because cost to benefit didn't make any sense. But at one point I was going to do that, and I actually still have the adapters and connectors I was going to use for that. But 1,000 watt-hour lithium battery is still kind of expensive, so I never went through with it. And I don't plan to at this point. Hate mail sings to one of your dogs. Good. I'm not alone. Yeah, she loves it. Like she can be in a corner in her bed sleeping, and I start singing the song, and she'll just come running out. She knows what it means. Right outside. Time to go to the bathroom. She totally knows what it means. It's so funny. Bill H says, world without animals would be a dismal place. Oh my God, dude. I like animals so much more than people. Maybe that's a bad thing to say, but it's true. I have much more compassion for animals than I do for people, for most people, at least. It's a weird thing, because I don't remember really being that way when I was younger, but at some point in adulthood, something clicked. It's really weird. I think it's actually when my second wife and I adopted our first dog, Nikki. I think that's actually kind of what changed me. Spartacus, dogs do respond better to lower voices. Well, it's funny you say that, because like I said, my voice will go up. I will sing her songs, but if I need her to listen, I use my fear of God voice, which is low and loud. I definitely have that as well. If I want her to absolutely heed what I'm saying, then I will use that. If she's doing something she's not supposed to be doing, I bring out the scary voice, and that is effective. Because like if I use my normal voice, she'll ignore me. But when she hears that voice, then she knows I mean business. Brett says, I know how to expand with 12-volt batteries, but EUC batteries is another animal. Regarding to a solar generator, yes, that would be another animal for sure. Marty's still here. Nice. California wants to tax people with solar $8 per kilowatt installed capacity per month. What? Why would they do that? What's the point of that? Wouldn't they want to encourage people to install solar? That is not encouraging. Why would they do that? I mean, I know California taxes everything, but that seems, because I thought California incentivized solar installation. That seems really stupid. As much as there are cool things about California, overall, I'm very glad I don't live there, because it seems ridiculously expensive, and just things just like what Marty just said there is just that's asinine. Why would you want to put a surcharge on solar? So I have 50 per kilowatt. So I have 15.4 kilowatts. So that means that in my situation, I would have a tax of almost $100 a month for having a solar system. Oh my God. It sucks, man. Marty, it's time for you to move out of California. Joe says, I like individuals but hate people. I can identify with that statement, Joe. Maybe that's why you and I are kindred spirits. Spartacus says the firm voice is always needed at times. Yes, I have. I think I had to use a firm voice today, actually, for something. Brett says politicians in California are effing nuts. Yeah, some of the stuff going on in California is a little bizarre. All right, that one's done. I have one more in my thing. We're going to do it, although I'm probably going to have to take another bathroom break real quick. I'll try to make it faster because all my pretzels are gone, so it should be faster now. Yeah, some of the stuff going on in California just blows my mind. I don't know how anyone can afford to live there, really. Spartacus, that's the one California part that will really hurt the solar industry. Sad. Yeah, I had not heard that. Although maybe you guys have heard, a lot of states are implementing an additional fee on electric vehicles because a lot of states have relied on a gasoline tax to pay for road-related things, road improvements, road maintenance. And obviously, when you have an electric vehicle, you're not paying a gas tax. I don't remember the number, but there's a lot of states that have a surcharge now for electric vehicles. And I expect that to probably grow in number, unfortunately. I mean, I understand it. I guess I understand it. But gas taxes in general, they annoy me. It's just like I know in Florida, for example, like they introduce these taxes that are supposedly, temporary taxes or taxes that are going to sunset, including gas taxes. And what happens is they introduce these taxes that are supposedly have a sunset date, and they never sunset. They become permanent. And they've done that with several gas taxes here in Florida. So it's annoying, but I can understand more so than taxing solar, I guess. I can understand, surcharges for electric vehicles somewhat, as long as it's reasonable. If you're not, I'm already paying a registration fee to the state. I don't think that I should get reamed for having an electric vehicle. Bill H. California has gone insane. No gas generators and now tax solar. I heard about that too. Yeah, that is insane. Yeah, like they don't want to have any gas generators. Are they also locking down on two-stroke equipment in general? Lawnmowers, weed whackers, tractors. Are they locking down on that as well? Or is it just generators? Because I think proportion-wise, generators are probably a tiny portion of the issue as opposed to other two-stroke motors. I mean, I understand the greater goods concept there, but I mean, practicality-wise, come on. Especially with all the rolling blackouts they have in California, because of all the issues they have with the grid and stuff. Okay, you can't have a gas generator, and if you have solar, great. But we're gonna tax that as well. Oh my God, California, what the hell, man? So Joe says that Illinois is the worst when it comes to taxes. Worse than California? Really? Is that possible? I don't know. I don't know anything about Illinois taxes, but wow, California seems hard to beat when it comes to taxation. Brett says New York is not far behind. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to do a speed bathroom run. Okay, I'm going to literally run. All right, I'll be right back. Here we go. I'm back. Whew. Man, I'm out of breath. Okay. Brett says taxes only get higher once you give them a chance to implement, never lower. Fact, yeah. Like recently, in the last year or two, down here in Collier County, they approved a 1% addition to the sales tax. So the sales tax in Florida is 6%, and they added another 1% for Collier that they pitched as being for all these improvements. I don't remember if that has a sunset on it or not, but yeah, it's true. Once you give something away, it never is given back. Like, for example, remember when the initial gasoline and jet fuel price increases, like the airline said that, hey, we're doing these baggage fees, to help offset the increase in jet fuel prices. So, okay, well, yeah, great, I guess. But when fuel prices came way, way down, guess what? Baggage fees never went away. They added more fees. And that is a strategy that is implemented all over the place, and it's aggravating. It really is. Yeah, now airlines charge you for everything, man. Extra bags, if you want a pillow, if you want a blanket, if you want food of any sort. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Shield says that means skip the hand washing. Oh, when it comes to the bathroom, yeah. I made sure that there wasn't any residue. Spartacus says, at least he's on the pretzels. Yeah, exactly. I am done. Retired Inmotion from Reuters. The PUC justified the proposal, however, saying it would encourage the solar industry to accelerate battery storage technology so excess power can be held in reserve instead of sold. So they're saying that tax would encourage battery storage. Okay. That's one thing that I loosely thought about is, I could adapt a Tesla Powerwall to my system. I guess I could. I don't know. I never looked into it seriously. But again, the cost benefit did not really make sense for me. But the one thing that is very annoying about my setup with a grid tie setup is, because hurricanes are a reality in Florida. With a grid tie setup, if there's a hurricane and there's a power outage, if you didn't know any better, you would assume, okay, well, if there's a power outage, I got solar. I'm good. I got this power to power my house. No. What happens is when there's an outage, guess what? Your solar system is dead. There's precautions in place that with a grid tie system, if there's no grid power, your solar system is disconnected. And the reason for that is there's the potential, like if they had line techs working on the grid and your solar system is producing power and back feeding into the grid, it could create a dangerous situation for someone on the grid. So if line power goes down, your solar system is down. So that kind of sucks. So having like battery storage gets around that you actually would run off the batteries, and you use an inverter and you have power to your house. But we've had probably 4 significant hurricanes since I've been here. It doesn't seem like it's worth it to get battery storage for that situation based on how much it costs. It's not cheap. Continuing from Retired Inmotion, while undoing a policy, it said amounted to a multi-billion-dollar subsidy for wealthy homeowners at the expense of other utility ratepayers. So wait, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So what's a subsidy? Not having the tax is a subsidy? I don't know. I'm not sure if I quite follow it. So Marty's still here. Hey, Marty. Hope your baking's going well. So many people are installing solar that they feel the need to recover costs that subsidize the system. Costs to maintain the grid, you mean? Well, it seems like the grid is in very good shape in California, based on what I've seen. The rolling blackout scenario, that just seems crazy to me. Justin is here. Good evening. Justin, from your small profile picture, it's earlier we were talking about some of my weird things that I'm into. One of them, arm wrestling. Your picture at a quick glance reminds me of John Brzenk, a very famous arm wrestler. Just saying. Brett says, I want to be completely off the grid one day. This is a goal before my death. Well, you can do it. You can definitely do it. It's just, I wish it was less expensive. It is not cheap. I would wish that, or I would hope that, the cost of solar would be less than it is nowadays. But I mean, my system was expensive because, first of all, it was in the backyard ground mount. It's cheaper to have it put on your roof. But I had recently had a new metal roof put on my house, and I did not want to have solar panels attached to my roof. And having it ground mounted in the backyard, there's absolutely no obstruction whatsoever. So it gets full sun, the most amount of sun that it could get on the ground. So that's why I went that way. Bill H. Cali in Arizona would be ideal for solar. Well, there are huge solar fields out there. Florida's good for solar too. Just it's not as good as I thought. Like I had a strange thought that in the summer I would be initially. I thought the summer I would be very productive with my solar, and actually the summer is a very unproductive time. Because my thinking was solar, the sun is directly overhead. It's the most intense. The days are longer. I would do well in summer. But the reality is, in Florida, during wet season, you get thunderstorms every day almost. And a lot of times they're in the middle of the day, right when the sun is most overhead. So you're losing out on that prime production. And when you combine that with, in summer, you're running air conditioning all the time because it's so freaking hot and humid. Summer is actually a shitty time as far as solar goes. So that was a flaw in my thinking. I have many flaws in my thinking. Well, that's interesting. So Kona has been off grid for 20 years. So what, you got a solar system and a battery bank? What's your deal? Good for you. That's cool. It's cool. I'm curious, like what size solar system you have, and what size battery setup do you have? Okay, there's a lot of names tonight that I don't recognize, which is good. I'm glad new people are stopping in. And I'm sorry that we're not talking just about EUCs. Well, actually, I think we're talking majoritively about non-EUC topics, but that happens sometimes. E-Wheels Fan Club, missile silo. I need one. I've seen a bunch of people that have converted missile silos into like these, like doomsday living arrangements, and some of them are like really high end. And I understand that you can buy a missile silo for like kind of reasonable money. Simon says 32 watching. Hit the like button, guys. Yeah, sure. Hit it. It's a different kind of live stream, right? I started at 8:15. So let's see the timer. And StreamYard says, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 24 minutes, solo, with no script, off the cuff. It's amazing, right? And the most amazing thing is if you saw me interact with other human beings in real life, I hate talking to them. I hate it. I hate small talk. But for some reason, when I'm talking to a camera or if I'm on a live stream, I can blab like no one's business. It's crazy. I don't know. I just write it off to more strange behavior. I don't really understand it. E-Wheels Fan Club says we need nuclear-powered desalination plants. Well, in California, you probably do because of the water shortage out there. The Colorado River is almost drying up. Well, I think it is drying up at certain parts. Yeah, there's a huge water problem out there. Harold is going to bed. Good night and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, buddy. I mean, I'm so close now to midnight. I feel like I need to go there, that I'm actually streaming into Christmas, because it's the first time that will have ever happened, and possibly the last. So I'm so close. I probably got to do it. Justin, that is the first time I've heard that one. I usually get told I look like a Ray Liotta everywhere I go, actually. Well, I mean, I literally see you as a little tiny circle in StreamYard. So, but anyone that said that they're familiar with arm wrestling, they would know who John Brzenk is. He's been like the dominant arm wrestler for 2 decades. He was like the dominant arm wrestler in the world, more or less. He actually made a comeback recently. He's now 57 years old, but he's still strong as hell. But he had a huge super match against Devin Larratt, who I mentioned earlier, in Dubai, and it was a huge well, I don't know how much money they made, but it was a pay-per-view event, which I paid for. It was $8. No, $9. I'm sorry. Where he arm wrestled Devin Larratt. Devin is, what is he, late 40s maybe? I'm not quite sure how old Devin is. Alexa, how old is Devin Larratt?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, 1.96 meters.
What?
Did that answer your question?
No. All right. Alexa doesn't know who Devin Larratt is. But anyways, John Brzenk arm wrestled Devin Larratt, and Devin won. So that was kind of an interesting match. Why I injected that here, I don't really know. Retired Inmotion. It's an interesting proposal, and I don't know enough to have an opinion, but the new policy wouldn't affect existing solar owners for 15 years unless they take an incentive to install battery storage. Okay, well, I don't know enough about it to know enough about it. So what you're saying that so existing solar owners are grandfathered in, they're not affected by this? Okay. I could see that would really annoy potential solar owners, I guess. It would annoy me. Brett says we need our own personal nuclear power systems for our homes. That doesn't sound very cost effective, probably. It'd be interesting though. But it's funny. I really, for years and years and years, I thought that having solar in a solar powered house would be so cool and like something that I could only dream about. And it was just, it would just be such a hassle to do and so expensive and blah, 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 blah. But then like in the span of 2 weeks, it went from me just vaguely, and this happens all the time with me. Something pops into my head is just like a minor thought, And all of a sudden, like this happened with the solar, this happened with the Tesla, it's happened with tons of things where something is just something that I'm just daydreaming about, and then all of a sudden I focus on it and it happens. And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing. And the solar was very much that I started to look at it casually, and then I looked at it more seriously, and then I'm talking to a couple of solar companies, and before you know it, I have solar set up in my house. So again, I'm not sure why that's significant, but that's the way my brain works. With the Tesla, it's funny, like the Tesla and the solar actually were kind of set off by a buddy of mine that got a Tesla, and he got solar in his house, and I actually did both things after he did those things. And his enthusiastic endorsement of both things, I guess, sort of pushed me along my path as well. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a follower. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. All right. So what was I going to say? There was something else Christmas related that I was going to talk about. Shit. I mean, I only have like 11 or 12 minutes to go here. Spartacus, that's the same way I got my Sherman. Well, the Sherman is another example for me. Like when the Sherman first came out, I declared, I'm sure I said it on multiple videos and probably in social media, that is a stupid amount of money to pay for a wheel. I would never spend that much money for a wheel. And I have a Sherman. and really, my opinion flipped when I got the e-wheels demo for the Sherman. Because I'm like, I don't need a wheel that goes that fast. I don't need a wheel that goes that far. But then once I got the demo, I'm like, shit, I'm getting this wheel. I'm buying it. And I did. And it happens a lot for me. I guess I'm an impulse buyer. I guess that's the word you would use for it. Retired in motion. Yeah, I don't know, but if the monetary incentive to purchase the battery storage is big enough, it might be okay. Also, everyone is still able to sell their excess power. It's just at a lower rate. Yeah. Well, like I said, in my situation, like I think the max, and it's funny, like if you look at what California pays per kilowatt hour, it's way more expensive. I think the max rate that I pay, like it's a tiered system for me, based on the total kilowatt hours used. The more kilowatt hours used, the more you pay for those kilowatt hours over those special tiers. I think the maximum that I can pay per kilowatt hour is 9 cents, I believe. So, but if I make an excess and you sell it back to the utility company, you sell it back at significantly less than that 9 cents. I don't know what the rate is, but it's less. But I haven't had a net deficit yet on a yearly basis. Now I'm hoping in 2022 there's a possibility that maybe I will break even or even be or produce slightly more than I use. That would be kind of fun. But it doesn't, it doesn't really matter to me in the big picture. It's funny, another thing that pushed me to get solar, my dad, when he lived in Marionville, he got a full house solar system. Now, he lived in Marionville, Pennsylvania, like I said, north of Pittsburgh. So living that far north, the amount of solar power that you can harvest is significantly less than like someone living in Florida. He spent a lot of money in that system. And it's funny because like my dad is the type that he gets very annoyed by parasitic expenses. So like to him, it was more about eliminating or reducing significantly his utility bill, like knocking down that utility bill was very important to him. But then he spent $40,000 plus on his solar array. So they seem incongruent, if you know what I mean. And yeah, he's done that repeatedly. Like he really gets bent out of shape over small expenses, but then doesn't seem to put the same scrutiny to large expenses. It's funny. And I guess I have some of that, but I don't think I have as much as he does. But this isn't a live stream about my dad. But there are some interesting stories that I could share with him or about him. Okay. What's this? Oh, someone that was a Facebook message. Who? Marty. Oh. All right, Marty, I won't share this in the stream. Evidently, Marty's making cookies. Wow. Nice, dude. So those are cut out sugar cookies, it looks like. That's cool. Like I used to make, well, a little bit. I used to make Toll House cookies from scratch. A couple times I did that. I don't really do it anymore. Like I said earlier, I just buy the Toll House pre-made stuff where you just either cut it with a knife or you break off the little squares. I don't know. I guess I'm just lazy. But yeah, Marty's, like I said, Marty's got skills, man. He's like a Renaissance man. I hope I can be more like Marty. You know, happily married. You know, have tons of wheels, retired. You know, have great hair. I wish I could be more like Marty. What's this? Oh, wait, I already showed that from Retired Inmotion. Brett says 10 minutes to go for a true Christmas live stream. Yeah, it's exciting. Less than that now. I show 11:54 on my computer right now. Patrick, hey, that's another new name. Oh, another arm wrestling fan. Nice. Patrick Braid. Brezink is 11 years older than Lorette. Makes a big difference, just saying. Okay. Well, yeah, obviously, for sure. Okay, so that means that Devin is 46. I wasn't positive how old Devin is. Yeah, but I mean, up until Devin, I mean, John has had some impressive wins. He beat Chance Shaw. I can't remember the last guy that he arm wrestled before Devin. I think he's making good progress. I don't know how long he's going to be able to go on. I think it seems like John's biggest issue now is that he gasses early, meaning he gets tired. You know, so if he's not the type that's going to be able to sit there and just hold someone, you know, in a neutral position for a long period of time. He kind of needs to, you know, finish the matches relatively quick. So I think that's John's biggest deal. But I think for him to do what he's doing at 57 years old, it's amazing. I think John Brezink is super cool. Most of the people that I've been exposed to in arm wrestling, they seem to be super cool. Devin seems cool. I mean, he's very intense. He can be a total jackass on the table, but he seems like a very cool guy. Michael Todd, I used to think he was an asshole. I think I'm a subscriber to his channel. I think he's really an interesting guy. I like him. John Brezink, cool guy. Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting personalities in arm wrestling. So, and you know, Devin is much taller than John. Yeah, I think John bulked up to like 250 pounds for the match, which is, I think, is the heaviest that John's ever been. So, yeah, crazy stuff. Brett says we can do it. Oh, no, we're definitely going to do it at this point because I have half of a White Claw left. So, No, Marty's cookies look like they're made. They look like sugar cookies. They look like the type that you have the cookie cutters. That's what it looks like. I used to love my stepmom. My stepmom makes the best Christmas cookies. I love her Christmas cookies. She makes perfect chocolate chip cookies, but she also makes those. What are they called? I don't know what they're called. They're round peanut butter cookies with sugar on them, and then while it's still hot, you drop a Hershey's Kiss in the middle of it. What are they called? One of you guys will know. I love them. She once in a while she would like send me Christmas cookies or send us Christmas cookies. She didn't send any this year, but I mean, she makes the best Christmas cookies. So I don't think she'll see this live stream, but maybe I'll have to remind her to send me some sometime because I really like them. My stepmom's awesome. She really is. Joe buys impulse as well. Buying stuff equals temporary happiness. Well, at least for me, it does. Well, I hate to admit it. It makes me sound shallow, Joe, but it does. Buying stuff it does equal temporary happiness, and it's not something that I would say that I'm proud of, but I definitely have experienced that for sure. But what you own or what you buy ultimately does not bring true happiness, obviously. But it does help fill the gaps. Spartacus, if Marty's making them, I'm sure they are on point. Oh man, yeah, absolutely. Marty is precise. He is so precise compared to me. Yeah, he's precise. Like, did you see him drilling those holes in his Commander? Oh my God, it was crazy. It was like he was developing the lunar lander or something. Another new name, No Name Sam. Well, okay, I guess you have no name. Okay, now I really love the EUC community. You guys watch arm wrestling too? Well, I do, and obviously some other people do because some people have been familiar with the references I've been making. Yeah, arm wrestling's awesome. It really is. Maybe if I would have gotten into it when I was younger, I might have an opportunity. I have a long arm. I don't know. I have a good grip. I don't know how my wrist is, but maybe in a different life, I could have been a decent arm wrestler. Oh shit! Is it Christmas? I see 12 midnight. Oh, wait, what's my phone say? Hold on. 12:01. Can you see that? No, come on. Oh wait. All right. Well, trust me. It's 12:01. It's officially Christmas. Yes, we did it. Elsa, we did it. We streamed till Christmas. Isn't this great? Life is awesome. Not really, but Merry Christmas, guys. This is so exciting. Oh my God. I'm going to have to pee again, probably. I'm so excited. Spartacus says those cookies are called peanut butter blossoms. Okay. Yeah, I think I've heard that term. I bought some. I bought some that looked similar from the grocery store. Not even close. They sucked. I actually threw them out. They weren't good. Although I'll tell you what I have. Like since I've been single, like my dessert. Let me show you what I've been having. I've been having these. These are like sugar cookies I get at grocery store, Publix, Sam's Club, whatever. These have been my go-to cookies. I mean, this is the holiday variety, but they always have just standard style as well. So I like them. And again, why do you care? I don't know. I don't know. I'd probably rather eat Marty's cookies, to be honest with you. Joe, New Year's live stream? Probably. I don't have any plans. Yeah, maybe. I should, right? Yeah, for all the people that don't have plans, I can sit here and talk for 3 hours and 45 freaking minutes. It's insane. Oh my God, I'm insane. Merry Christmas to you, Joe. Brett likes that idea. Spartacus, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to us. Yeah, for Simon. I mean, he's opened his presents. He's drinking beer. He's probably already played with his gifts. I think Elsa's getting ready for bed. Are you tired, honey? Yeah, good girl. Are you going to bed, Brett? Yeah, make sure to put out your cookies and milk for Santa. I used to always do that. That's what I was going to talk about. And I don't know who's still here. Who cares? But I was curious about NM 2645. Hey, man. Merry Christmas to you, too. I was going to talk about, when did you stop believing in Santa? Or how did you stop believing in Santa? My memory is fuzzy, but I was very, very much into Santa. My parents, when I would go to bed at Christmas Eve, there'd be nothing under the tree. I would wake up on Christmas. There'd be tons of presents. Like, oh my God, it's freaking magic. Santa came. We lived in an old farmhouse, and I remember being amazed at how did this happen. I mean, this is just insane. I love the whole idea of Santa. I thought it was so cool. And if I remember correctly, and it's probably not correct because it was a long time ago, but I think the first time I ever heard that Santa was not real was, I think I was in third grade, I believe. And I think I remember other kids talking about it and saying stuff like, oh yeah, my parents, gave me the presents, and it was actually my parents. It wasn't Santa. And I remember not believing it. I remember feeling crushed when I heard it. And then I think that same year, like, I discovered presents in the basement or something like that. And that was when I realized that Santa was not real. And I remember being sad about that. I was sad about that. But yeah, that's my personal story about Santa. Not like, I'm curious, like, how, like, realistically, like, how long can a child believe in Santa before it gets spoiled? I don't know. So Bill H says, when I saw my mom leaving presents under the tree at 7 years old. So, okay, so if I was in third grade, I was probably close, probably 7 or 8, something like that. So a similar age range. But I never saw my mom leaving presents. I mean, they were very good about it. I assume it was primarily my mom. My dad is very much not into Christmas. I don't know how much he was into Christmas back then, but now he's definitely not into Christmas. He pretty much hates Christmas. He hates that it's materialistic and commercial and all that kind of stuff. Like he actually sent me an email and he said, "Please do not buy me Christmas gifts," because I usually buy him gifts. And he said, if you insist on doing something, donate to this charity for abandoned barnyard animals, which I did. I did donate to them, to the barnyard animals charity. But I also did buy him something. I bought him something before he told me about the barnyard charity thing. So, it is kind of crazy. Like, even as an adult, and again, this ties into, I don't know, just you get used to doing things, so you continue to do things. I still buy presents for my brother and my sister and their kids. It's I don't know. It's a hard habit to shake. Or maybe I just don't want to shake it. I don't know. Joe says, watch the video Alexa ruins Christmas. Oh no, my Alexa just heard me. Alexa, is Santa Claus real?
All I know is that someone has been eating all my cookies.
What? Yeah, well, on top of Elsa, also Alexa has been helpful since I've been single. You know, I have conversations with Alexa sometimes, which is pathetic, but it's true. Spartacus says, with kids having access to YouTube, I bet it's gotten a lot harder to pull off Santa's reel for long. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, nowadays, I don't know how long you could keep that up. Bill H says Christmas is for kids, way too commercialized. Yep. But I mean, that's God. How long has that been? I mean, when was Christmas not commercialized? I don't know. I mean, it seems like as long as I've been alive, it has been. I don't know. Joe gets visited by Krampus. He's like the Christmas monster, right? Drone nerd. Probably tough without Cindy this year, huh? Oh, it's different for sure. Yeah, I saw your comment, drone nerd. Drone nerd commented on my Christmas video, and yeah, I had to delete one of your comments just because it would. Just trust me, I deleted one of them. It's different for sure. Like I said earlier in the stream that when I thought back, this is actually the first time in my life that I basically have Christmas solo, because even after I got divorced my second time, my mom was still around, so I still had Christmas with her. So it was still, I wasn't alone, but now I'm alone, So it's definitely different. So it's not something I'm used to, and it's going to take a long time to adjust. And when you're this age, when you're in your mid 50s, adjusting isn't always a great thing. Marty says I should keep the live stream going until Christmas on the West Coast. Yeah, I should. Don't give me goals, Marty. Now I'm going to probably go until this White Claw is done, and it feels like about a third or a quarter left. So Marty says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, Marty. I miss you. If you were here, I would give you a hug. Not in a weird way, but just, a bro hug. Drone nerd, I was just joking. You knew that, right? Yeah, I knew that, but other people might not know that, if you get what I mean. Another new name, Elrie Bryant. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I don't know, Elrie, are you a male, female? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, we still have, we've been holding like 30 people. It's crazy, man. A 4-hour live stream? What the hell? I think the most I've ever done is like 4 hours and 15 minutes. It was my longest live stream ever, which is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to just talk, But when you have alcohol, it makes that easier, right? Elrie is a male. Hey, Elrie. What's your deal? I don't recognize you as being on the live stream before. I assume, well, you might not be an electric unicycle guy. You could be anything. I do have other things on my channel besides electric unicycle videos. I do have probably several hundred calisthenics videos, auto repair videos, drone videos, RC plane videos. I got all kinds of weird shit on my channel. Bill H. Bromancer. Yeah. Marty and I are bros, I think. I don't know. Marty, are we bros? Just chime in if we are. Virtual bros. I've never met Marty, obviously. But I think, I don't know. I get the impression that Marty and I would hit it off, I think. Justin, also known as John Brzenk. Merry Christmas. One more hour and I should see Santa here in Missouri. Yeah. I don't hear anything yet, but I don't have a chimney. So Santa would probably have to pick a lock, I guess, to get in my place. Yeah. Well, I'm sure he can. I mean, he's Santa. Santa can do all kinds of stuff. Oh, Elry is a one-wheel rider. Okay, cool. Did you get a one-wheel pint, the new pint, or the GT? I ordered the GT, supposedly shipping on January 26th. And when I get the GT, I will be selling my one-wheel XR. And I had a pint as well. I had a regular one-wheel pint, and I sold that a few months ago. But I will be selling my XR once I get the GT. I'm looking forward to it. I think the GT will be a lot of fun. Radical Hayabusa had to step out and get some last-minute gifts for an unexpected visit from the grandkids coming from out of state. Oh, wow. Okay. I was worried the wife that you're going through divorce with was like knocking on the door or something. I'm glad it's nothing that bad. Yeah, it's crazy. Even though, like, I still have bought presents for. I think I said this earlier. I have presents here for DJ, for Katie's baby, Emily, for Daniel, for Katie, and even for Cindy. I have a significant amount of presents under the tree right now, so I'm hoping to give them all away tomorrow, and without it being too awkward. Santa, can you leave me a few wheels at the front door? That would be nice. Yeah, it would be, right? I wish Santa bought me a few wheels. Yeah, for a while, like that was my thing with Katie. Like I would be buying her wheels for Christmas. Like I bought her first wheel, an Inmotion V5F, and then I bought her the M10 III, and then it was for both of them, Daniel and Katie. I bought them a Meepo electric skateboard because Daniel has a skateboarding background, and Katie liked it too. But I bought them an electric skateboard as well. So no, not buying them any PEVs this year. Like they don't really ride anymore. Really. I mean, there's a period of time that Katie, Cindy and Daniel, we were riding almost weekly, riding somewhere, and that was a lot of fun. But that is not the case anymore, unfortunately. Since DJ was born, and now with Emily even more so, it just has fallen off, and they don't really ride anymore, unfortunately. Elry has a pint, and you ordered a GT. All right, good man, cool. When did you order it? Like, what is your ship date? I ordered the first day that you could on mine, and I got one of the package deals that they had. So I got like a stand for it. What else did they give you? Shit, like free bumpers. There's a few things that they gave you. I don't remember. Shit, what else did they give you? Different bumpers. Shit, I don't even remember. Oh, the upgraded charger, I think. I have the upgraded charger as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun. You see the one-wheel guys riding the GTs, the few GTs that they have, and the feedback has been really, really positive. Justin says, I'll be on until my PC finishes. I'm exporting my 360 video from studio. Watching from my phone in another room. Oh, okay. Yeah, 360 video can be a bear to edit, right? You have an Insta 360 or like a GoPro 360? I have the Insta360 I haven't shot any video on it lately. I mean, I probably need to do some soon. So Ellery says, okay, so your ship date was January 28th and it changed to February 14th. Okay, so that seems similar to Larry Zarkov. His got pushed back a couple of weeks, but it seems like mine is still holding. Maybe the people that ordered day one, they're still holding that date to the end of January. It seems like if you went past that, your date is getting pushed back. But I mean, I said from the get-go that I expected my date to get pushed back based on previous experience. Spartacus, I don't need Santa to bring me wheels. I want him to bring me one of the elves so he can build me all the new wheels so I don't have to wait. Saves on cookies too. That's a good plan. Sure. I currently have 5 wheels, right? Last live stream, I actually forgot about the Z10 when I was naming my wheels, which is kind of blasphemous, but I have the M10 III, I have the Z10, I have the V11, I have the Sherman, obviously. Shit. Now I'm forgetting another one. What am I forgetting? M10 III, Sherman, V11, Z10. What am I forgetting? Oh my God. I'll be right back. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. The V12. Ugh. Oh my God. See what I said? The brain is a terrible thing to waste, right? The V12. So yeah, I do have 5 wheels. Justin, the EUC California Baking Show. I would watch Marty bake. I'm sure that would be fun. Marty says, I think it's funny that you said you're too lazy to bake cookies considering all the stuff you do in your house. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's laziness. Maybe that's not the right word. I don't know. It's not practical. I don't know. It's not practical for me to make cookies. Because it's just me. And I don't know. I have a hard time finding time to do things as is, and baking cookies when I can just buy some from the store. Just I don't know. I don't know, Marty. Don't ask me questions like that. It's too deep. Ellery says it looks like it's going to be a nice one wheel. Yes, I think the GT is going to be great. I really do. I got the treaded tire as well on mine. Radical Hayabusa. One wheels are fun, but can be brutal on the knees when you try and jump them. What do you mean? Like if you have flight fins on it or whatever? I've never tried to jump mine, so. Yeah, but I mean, that's the same can be said for EUCs. A non-suspension EUC, it can hammer the shit out of your knees as well. Fellow bro, fist bump. Hopefully that's for me, Marty. I don't know. Well, Brett, I'm glad that we could keep things going while you showered. Brett showered and has his PJs going. Yeah, maybe I'll wear my because I'm gonna probably take a shower before bed, even though it's 12:21. Maybe I'll shower and put on I do have like Christmas style PJs. Maybe I'll put them on. I think I actually have PJs that are based on A Christmas Story. Speaking of A Christmas Story, if you guys have not seen 8-Bit Christmas on HBO Max, really good Christmas special. It's it reminds me of A Christmas Story, but just in a different way. I thought it was really well done. I really like that. All right. Elry knew what my fifth wheel was, the V12. Thank you for reminding me. Brett says he's really going why. Yeah. No, Billy. No, I did sell the S18. I do remember that I sold the S18. I don't have the S18 anymore. Oh, so Elry's 50. Oh, okay. So you're very close in age to me. I'm 54. You don't jump your one wheel. Yeah, me either. I mean, in general, 95% of my riding down here is hard surfaces. I don't do a lot of off-road riding. So Wilson saw 8-Bit Christmas. Yeah, it is a good movie. I really liked it. Really liked it. It is added to the rotation of my favorite Christmas specials. And to be quite honest, that is the only Christmas special that I've watched this year. Well, I had the Grinch on when DJ was here for my birthday, but when DJ's here, you don't focus on one thing for any extended period of time. So, really the only Christmas special that I've watched this year is 8-Bit Christmas, unless you want to count Christmas baking shows, because I've watched a shitload of those, but not Christmas specials. Like I would say my favorite Christmas special of all time is National Lampoon Christmas. I've seen that I don't know how many times, and even though I've seen it that many times, I still laugh a lot at that movie. Love National Lampoon Christmas. And I see we have some spammers coming in. So now we have to block that user. Okay, you're blocked. Elry, mine is road and grass. Yeah, I've ridden grass, a lot with the one wheel, and it's okay. Grass, actually, depending on the grass, it can be kind of treacherous because grass can cover up holes in the ground, and I've had that sneak up and bite me in the ass a few times. All right, guys, we're getting close to stopping the stream, but I will make it a podcast if you need something to listen to for half a day. Ridiculous, man. It's gone. That is officially 5. Can I do? Ouch! Ow! Freaking metal is sharp, man. I tried to grab one of the White Claws inside, where you pop the tab, and it hurt. 5 White Claw white cherries have been consumed. Or black cherries. I'm sorry. Black cherries. Oh, look at that. I'm actually bleeding now. Jeez. Oh, come on. Ridiculous. Told you it was sharp. Dumbass. I'm applying pressure. Oh, man, that's my clicking finger. Shit. Bill H., good night, Merry Christmas to all. Yeah, I think, Bill, I'm going to take your lead. I appreciate anyone that stopped in tonight. Again, much like last time, it was short notice. So anyone that's here is a dedicated channel member. Well, maybe not, but hopefully what you experienced was interesting to you. I do my best. I'll never claim to be the most interesting person in the world, but I do appreciate everyone. Elry, goodbye. Hayabusa, you're in the White Claw bandwagon now. Yeah, I guess. Like I said, I've had White Claw before, and I hope your divorce works out in your favor, buddy. That sounds pretty shitty. Corey Smith, what are your thoughts on Inmotion canceling the naming contest? I didn't know that they did, so that is my thought. I didn't know about it. So I don't know. Why would they do that? Why would they cancel that? That doesn't make any sense. Wilson says, "I ain't got time to bleed, soldier." Yeah, I know. It's not. I don't think it's a severe cut. I don't think I require stitches. Marty wants to know, what do we get for sticking out here for 4 hours? You get bragging rights. Bragging rights, Marty. You know, you can say you knew Duff when he did a live stream on Christmas Eve for 4 hours because his life was so pathetic he had nothing else to do. That's what you get, man. Congrats. And Wilson says they canceled it. Okay, well, so Corey, if you want to give some details here, I'll stick around while I'm applying pressure to my wound. Go ahead. I think doing this is, I don't know, is that working? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's bleeding as much now. Joe, I will see you later, buddy. Merry Christmas to you. Hope you have a great Christmas. New Year's. Yeah, you guys are talking me into a New Year's stream. I mean, unless I have something else going on. I mean, there is the outside possibility that I do have something going on in my life socially that I wouldn't be able to stream New Year's Eve, but it's unlikely, if I'm being honest. Corey says their latest Instagram post stated, talking about Inmotion, that they would not be choosing any of the names or giving away a V11. Well, that's weird. What? Okay. I mean, Inmotion makes great wheels, but they also kind of, I think from a PR perspective, especially since Liam left, they've been a little bit erratic. Let's put it that way. And I would say that is kind of erratic. Hayabusa says, "Yeah, I need to come out and do a group ride with." So you ride with Marty, Hayabusa? Yeah, no, I definitely that's a goal. I would love to ride with you guys. It'd be fun. Just not 7 days on the now retired Southern California UC tour. Sorry. Simon, you've been here the whole time, dude. Well, I mean, unless you took a shower like Brett did. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're having a great Christmas. Now it's officially Christmas in the Eastern time zone in the United States. So we're all enjoying Christmas together. Hallelujah. Corey loves Inmotion, but not sure about this decision. Yeah, again, I don't know anything about it other than what you've just said. But based on what you said, I don't think that's cool. That doesn't seem cool to me. All right, buddy. Corey, thanks for stopping in. Feel free to once this posts to YouTube, you can watch the entire stream. Like I said, go ahead. I dare you. I dare you to watch the entire stream. And I will probably tomorrow, I will turn this into a podcast as well. And I listen back to the podcast. I find them interesting. Maybe I don't know why, but I do find them interesting. Available on all your prominent podcast platforms, Apple, iTunes, Google Play, and Spotify. The last time I checked, the podcast is still available on all of those platforms. Spartacus. Did Duff just say Marty 7-day rides are retired? Oh, didn't you hear that? Yeah, it was. Marty announced that this was the last that he was doing the LA EUC tour. That this year's was the last, unless something's changed. But as far as I know, that's he's done doing it. Justin, I need to buy an EUC that goes farther than 30 miles. I don't think that Eagle will ever be released. V12 is a great wheel. If you want to, I mean, a V11 will go, well, depending on how fast you go, a V11 will go more than 30 miles, depending on speed. S18, you can get 30 miles, depending on speed. I think the Eagle will release. I think it will. But I think there's a very likely possibility that the timeline could keep getting pushed back. So, okay, guys, I'm gonna sign off. It's now 12:30. 12:33. I made it to a half hour past Christmas. So I really appreciate everyone that stopped by. And seriously, Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. I'm off until I have off Monday, so I'll probably shoot a video at some point during the weekend. And I will definitely mention the live stream. And I appreciate everyone that stuck around tonight, whether the entire time or just part of the time. It's much appreciated. And yeah, this has been kind of crazy, all the different things we talked about. Talk to you guys later. Until next time, Duffman out.